Good morning to one and all. We will start our inaugural session in 5 minutes. Good morning to one and all. I welcome you all to the one-week faculty development program on AI for Future, which is a collaboration between Electronics and ICT Academy, IIT Roorkee, and KG Reddy College of Engineering and Technology. A faculty development program on artificial intelligence for the future aims to equip educators and professionals with comprehensive knowledge of AI breakthroughs, techniques, and applications. This program is designed to empower participants with the skills needed to integrate AI into teaching, research, and innovative projects, ensuring they remain at the forefront of technological education and contribute effectively to future advancements. The focus area of this program is Introduction to AI and its future implications, Advanced Machine Learning Techniques, AI in Emerging Technologies, AI in Data Science and Big Data, AI in Specific Domain, Future of AI and Industry Collaboration, and more. Let me go through the eligibility criteria for receiving the certificate. Minimum 75% attendance. It will be directly taken from WebEx. 70% marks in the assessment that will be conducted at the end of the session. So now let us go through the schedule of the day one of this program. Firstly, we'll have our inaugural session. Secondly, we will go with the AI and its features implication by Dr. Balabigai Subramanian. Furtherly, we'll be going with the machine learning techniques by Dr. Vincent. And then from 5 o'clock to 7 o'clock, we'll be having a Python tutorial lab session by Dr. Vanamati. So first, let us go through our inaugural session. Firstly, for the inaugural session, I would invite the Professor Sanjeev Manhas, Principal Investigator E&ICT Academy, IIT Roorkee. Professor Sanjeev Manhas, Principal Investigator of E&ICT Academy, IIT Roorkee, and Professor at ECE Department, IIT Roorkee, is having 18 plus years of research and teaching experience, 100 plus papers and 6 patents with research interest in machine learning, memory computing, IoT and sensors, nanoscale devices and circuits and semiconductor memories. Sir, now I request you to take over the session.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You have audible.
Good morning to all, and first of all, very special welcome to all all the participants here to this program. And I will also say very good morning and warm greetings to all the guests, and also especially to Dr. S. Sai Satyanarayan Reddy, Principal of KG Reddy College. And also I want to convey my greetings to Director of CPJ Institute of Management and Technology, Narela, Dr. Amit Jain, who is coordinator and head of the institute for this spoke center for this particular program. And I'm really very happy. I'm really happy and glad that we have organized this program in a hub and spoke model on the future of AI. And I also want to thank the local coordinators at Hub Institute, Dr. TVB Pavan Kumar and Dr. Maithili, who are associate professors at CSE Department of KG Reddy Institute of Technology. My thanks and warm greetings are also due to all the experts and the resource persons in this particular program for sparing time out of their busy schedule in delivering talks and hands-on in this particular program. And myself, I am Sanjeev Manhas, and I am a faculty at electronics, faculty at electronics and ICT Academy at IIT Roorkee. and I am also a faculty at ECE department of IIT Roorkee. And can I share my screen, please? Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Yes, sir. Showing, sir.
Okay. Okay. I just want to take 5 minutes to explain you what we are doing. Okay. And I hope that through these slides I will be able to convey better, because this is a big program that we are doing, and we are doing a lot of faculty development programs in this mode, and we want to reach out to as many as possible engineering institutions, science, technology, and even otherwise, to make sure that we are able to kind of conduct many programs as possible. So this particular program, I think, was introduced to you by the coordinator of the program. So I will not detail too much about this program. I just wanted to say one thing, that I always tell this thing to many in many interactions that I have, that data science and AI is equivalent to programming that we used to do 20 years ago. When we were graduating, or when you were graduating, let's say 20 years ago, we were expected to know a programming language and with little bit of IT skills and so on. But today it is not only the programming language, but you also have to know machine learning and data science and apply it to your domain of expertise. And it does not have to be computer science and CEC. It can apply to any areas. You can talk about economics, you can talk about social science, you can talk about environment. Everywhere, wherever there is a data, you can do data science and machine learning. And it has become such a helpful tool for almost everybody. So what we want to make sure is that this kind of message is going out there uh, in all the engineering institutions, to blend, amend, and modify their curriculums to include at least two courses which are devoted to data science and AI. It does not matter who is the graduate. It could be a graduate in mathematics, or it could be graduate in chemistry, or it could be graduate in computer science. Of course, that there the AI is the future. But otherwise also, we have to make sure that these subjects are taught to all the engineering graduates. So by doing this kind of programs, which are kind of centered around AI machine learning, this is something which has become very unique. And we do hope that the faculty member, once they do these programs, go back to their institutions and offer a similar program or modify and give something which is targeted around these areas to their students. And the hope is then the students benefit from this initiative, because after all, this is a program funded by Government of India with a lot of support from Government of India, and we want to make sure that our beneficiaries ultimately are the students. And we do hope that by doing these kind of programs, we are able to ignite enough spark in all the learners, particularly the faculty and teachers, who are able to then transfer this learning to their own specific domains, and make sure that the students learn and students are better prepared to take on the challenges that exist today and the challenges that will come in future. So faculty development programs are important for a variety of reasons, and I have mentioned some of this here. And there are a lot of sort of expectations for when the faculty member program happen, and faculty member program allows you to actually stay updated and become impressed with the latest in the area, collaborate, curriculum development, networking, etc. What we expect from learners is to engage actively in these programs. We want to make sure that you attend at least 75% of the content and then be eligible for the certificate. What we also want to make sure is that, and we request you, we expect from you, is that you transfer this learning ultimately to somebody as you know in your own institutes. And the content that you have here, our experts are kindly sharing their content, so this content can as it is be transferred, or the content you can modify it and make it as part of your course, apply something relevant for your program. Okay, so ultimately by end of this program you will get a certificate from AICTE Academy IIT Roorkee, And this certificate is at par with QIP programs. And as you know, the AICT and they run QIP programs, and there are many other programs where the AICT is expected to sort of run these programs. So these programs are treated at par with the certificates are treated at par with QIP programs. So you are there, the colleges and the institutes and all of us actually can utilize them in building their credentials. For example, I myself, when I give my own annual appraiser, I mentioned that I attended so many programs. So this helps in actually also strengthening the quality and the credentials of almost all people concerned. I will speak for the sake of time. I'll skip our introduction to IT Rookie. I think we are fairly well known, so I hope that I don't have to tell you a lot about IT Rookie. Now, this is AICT Academy. We started off way back in 2016. We run in phase 1. Now we're running phase 2, and we are conducting this program through the support of Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. And these programs are financially actually supported by the government, this particular initiative. And we are very happy that we are doing so many programs at various locations. And these programs have their own unique benefits, and most important being that actually you get oriented to a new area, and then you come and interact with the experts in this area, you build a network, and ultimately you are able to transfer the learning that you have here to the students. And this is just our a little bit of more intro to all these programs and everything. You can visit us on our website. You can also visit us on LinkedIn and other social media pages. And we are actively collaborating, working with the faculties and also the engineering institutions. And we are looking for partners. If you want to collaborate with us, feel free to reach out to us, and we can conduct a program in hub and spoke delivery model. We will be able to financially support this program. And there are certain sort of criteria that we have to fulfill. So if you write to us, if you're interested in working with us and collaborating, we will be able to actually reach back to you and plan a program with you going forward in future. The program that we do are very flexible. The program can be done in weekends and also in evenings, and it can be a combination of online and offline in hybrid mode. The program that we design are such that they have blend of theory and practice. So theory can be hybrid and online, but the practice is expected to happen in somewhere in a classroom mode, so that there is interaction and learning, and everybody is able to kind of learn and demonstrate what they did, and ultimately take that learning back to their own institutions. So with this, I would like to conclude and thank the host, and also thank the KG Reddy and the all the other participants and the uh, collaborators that are working for this program. I want to also thank the experts and our hands-on and TAs for this program. And I do wish all the learners a great learning experience ahead. And I do wish that we will be able to meet and do some other program at some other time. So thank you very much, and it is over to you for further proceedings.
Thank you so much for your wonderful insights, sir. Now I would like to invite the principal of KGR SET, Dr. S. Sai Satyanarayan Reddy Garu, to address. But before that, let us go through his profile. Dr. S. Sai Satyanarayan Reddy is a principal and professor of computer science and engineering, bringing with him an impressive 30 years of teaching experience, including 10 years as a principal. He has done his Bachelor of Engineering in RIT, Master of Engineering in BITS Pilani, PhD in Data Mining, and postdoctoral fellowship at California Public University. He has joined KGR SET in 2023. He has previously served as principal at Vardhaman College of Engineering, Shamshabad for 6.5 years, principal at Shreyas College of Engineering, Nagol for 3 years, and organized 20 plus FDPs and 4 international conferences. He has visited more than 15 countries for presentations, participations in conferences like USA, Canada, Israel, Korea, China, Italy, Ireland, Spain, Australia, etc. His professional achievements include ratified professor in computer science of engineering by JNTUH Hyderabad, active member of prestigious organizations like senior member of IEEE, fellow of IETE and Institute of Engineers, live member of CSI and ISTE. He has published over 80 plus research papers in highly reputed journals like Scopus, Web of Science, and SCI. He has successfully guided 4 PhD scholars, with 2 more scholars currently pursuing their research under his supervision. With this remarkable background and vast expertise, we are delighted to welcome Dr. S. Sai Satyanarayan Reddy Garu to take over.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Ramasetti Anu, for giving a very good introduction about me. And first of all, at the very outset, I would like to thank Principal Investigator, Professor for giving this opportunity to KG Reddy College of Engineering, and especially thank you, sir. And also the Electronics and ICT Academy, IIT Roorkee, has given opportunity for us to host this program and in the faculty development program in AI for future. As Manas sir clearly explained about the what is the outcome of the this workshop. I think there are already a lot of people who are contributing for this workshop, and definitely there's a good takeaway to all the participants. I really welcome all the participants and to participate in all the days and learn the insights about the AI for future and also for the industries, how it is collaborated and all these things, because we are living in the midst of ongoing evolution of technology. Day by day, a lot of changes are happening in the technology, and especially in terms of artificial intelligence. There are a lot of changes, reasonable changes are happening around the world. So definitely this workshop will give a lot of weightage and a lot of insights and a lot of knowledge to all the participants. And I really appreciate all the our coordinators, Mr. Pawan Kumar and Maithili, who is coordinating this program. And once again, I welcome to KG Reddy College of Engineering. This is a 15 years old college. It's a NAAC A+ accredited college and NBA accredited. It's one of the best college in the state of Telangana. And we are having very good center of excellences in the research and innovation exclusive buildings for the innovation centers. And this is with this brief introduction about the college, and you can visit our website also. And once again, I welcome all the participants and also I really congratulate and welcome all the resource persons to this program. And thank you, sir. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to introduce you all to the course coordinator and also the course coordinator. So firstly, going with the course coordinator, Dr. TVV Pawan Kumar, sir. He is working as an associate professor in CSE department and also is the controller of examination at KG Reddy College of Engineering and Technology. He has completed BTech in Electrical and Electronics Engineering from Dr. Paul Raj Engineering College. He has done his MTech at High Voltage Engineering from University College of Engineering, Kakinada, JNTUK. PhD from Sri Venkateshwara University. He has a 20 years work experience. He has worked in various positions such as assistant professor, in charge HOD, head of department, and he has publications of 20 Scopus, SCI publications, 25 UGC indexed publications, filled and published 6 patents, reviewer of various journals and conferences like BP International, International Journal of Applied Power Engineering, ETMDIT 2024 conference. Areas of research are power electronics, power systems, research interest in AI and EI. Now, I would like to ask TVV Pawan Kumar sir to take over.
Thank you, Ms. Anu. Good morning, A warm welcome to all the participants and a great, expecting a great 1 week faculty development program on AI for future. I would like to thank the ATAL Academy who has interested us by making a hub for this FDP. The main content of this FDP is to create an knowledge and exposure on the advanced technologies like AI and ML. And also to the FDP's plans is that we have also some industry collaborations. And the concept of this FDP is to create an theoretical knowledge as well as the experimental knowledge or practical knowledge. So I invite all the participants and I request all the participants to actively participate in this FDP and make this a grand success. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to give a short introduction to the course co-coordinator, Dr. K. Maithili ma'am. So Dr. K. Maithili is currently working as an associate professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, AIML at KG College of Engineering and Technology, with over 15 years of academic and research experience. She has made significant contributions to the field. Dr. Maithili completed her postdoctoral research at the Singapore Institute of Technology and earned her PhD from Manommonium Sundaram University, Tamil Nadu. She holds an MTech degree from SRM University, Chennai. Dr. Maithili has an impressive academic record with the publication of 20+ research papers in reputed journals and conferences, along with 5 national patents to her credit. Her research has gained international recognition with collaborative visits to prestigious universities such as the University of Malaysia, and the Singapore Institute of Technology, Singapore. She is an active researcher with interest in medical image processing, machine learning, and data analytics. Dr. Maithili has been instrumental in fostering research collaborations, presenting her work at international conferences, and contributing significantly to the academic and research community. So this is an introduction for the course co-coordinator, and now we would jump into the actual session. The first lecture by Professor Jitin Singla. He's an assistant professor at Department of CSC, IITR. Dr. Jitin Singla completed his BTech from IIT Roorkee and earned his MS and PhD from the University of South California. His research interests span 3D image segmentation, computational soft X-ray, and crypto-electron tomography, applied machine learning, computational cell structural biology, whole cell modeling, and pattern mining, with a unique focus on the intersection of art and science. Sir, now I request you to take over the session.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, thank you. So good morning, everybody. Let me share the slide and let's see if it's visible. Okay, so are the slides visible, the full screen?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay. Okay, so good morning, everybody. So I'm Professor Jitin Singla. I'm a joint professor in Department of Computer Science and Department of Biosciences at IIT Roorkee. As mentioned, my primary focus in computational biology with applied machine learning and artificial intelligence. So in this lecture, what we will do is I'll quickly introduce and give some background jargons and terminologies along with the history of how AI and ML has evolved over the last 50 years and where it is leading to. So, and the rest of the lectures in your program would focus on specific things. But this would be more of an introduction session just to bring everybody on the same platform. So if you start with a simple definition of artificial intelligence, right, like our textbook definition. So AI refers to the development of computer systems that can perform tasks that normally require human intelligence, right? So this is the very basic, simple definition, that whatever required a human intelligence, if a computer system is able to perform it, we generally just bag it into a artificial intelligence category. Now, it might involve various different tasks, which we will come to later. But if you try to divide the performance or the actions of AI systems based on the human intelligence, you can primarily divide it into two different categories and in two different ways. So there would be systems that behave like human, or systems that actually behave rationally, right? Humans do not behave rationally all the time, right? So we want systems that sometimes behave like human and some systems that behave rationally. Similarly, we also want systems that can think like humans, or systems that think rationally, right? So in terms of action, think and behavior, and in terms of capacity, either as rationally or human-like. So if you look at the systems that think like humans, so those systems would be where we try to understand the cognitive capabilities of human, and we build cognitive systems, right? Just the advent of a neuron. In artificial intelligence, deep learning, the basic unit is a perceptron or a neuron. So that comes from the understanding of how human thinks. Okay, so we're trying to build systems that think like humans. Then we have systems that think rationally, right? So these would be systems that act on a logic, like a mathematical logic or a set theory, discrete structure logic, those kind of things. So your next step is purely based on an inference from the previous steps. Then you have systems that you want to behave like human, right? The examples these systems would be chatbots. So you want the chatbot to behave like human. So, because the main idea there is to provide you with all the information, but also have a human-like conversation. And then we also want systems that behave rationally, right? So the fourth category. So the systems that we want to have artificial intelligence, but behave rationally. So example would be autonomous cars, okay? One of the major reasons we want autonomous car is to get rid of the human-like behavior in driving, right? So reduce the accident, reduce the traffic, increase the traffic management. So the systems that behave like rational machines, okay? So coming to a standard definition of a rational agent, right? And this is from a very standard textbook on AI by Stuart Russell. And this is the book that is followed for the initial understanding of AI systems, right? So the definition says that for each possible percept sequence, an ideal rational agent does whatever action is expected to optimize its performance measure on the basis of evidence perceived so far and built-in knowledge. Now, this definition looks very complex, but if you have even a basic understanding of machine learning, you can actually parse this definition into a machine learning jargons. So in machine learning, you are given an input X, you get an output Y, and you have certain measure like an accuracy or something like that, which tells you how good the Y is. And then you also have some training data set on which the model was trained. So if you try to parse this definition, right? So for each possible percept sequence, which that is the input, the agent does whatever action, that is the output Y, is expected to optimize its performance measure. Performance measure would be the actual metric that you are using in terms of accuracy, ROC, precision, recall, whatever you want to use. On the basis of evidence, so the previous evidence that has been provided, which is basically training data set. and the built-in knowledge. So sometimes your machine learning models might have the expert opinions, like expert insights also to design a particular model, right? So the actual definition of ideal rational agent, if you just parse it down into a simple machine learning jargons, it becomes very simple. But essentially, you are given an input, you get an output, then you have some kind of performance measure that you want to maximize, and the whole maximization of the performance measure happens based on the previous training data set and the expert insight. Okay, so coming to just maybe listing down some of the tasks that we want the AI to achieve or AI is achieving today, right? So in practice, whatever human brains can do, we want the computer systems to do it at least at the same level, or at least, or if not, then better than humans, right? So in terms of reasoning, let's say playing games, proving theorems, all these are logical reasoning tasks. So we want AI systems to do that. In terms of decision making, in terms of expert tasks, for example, financial trading, medical diagnosis, all these tasks require years of training for a human being, right? So we want AI systems to also get better at these really niche domains where you need years of expertise. Okay, perception. So any kind of perception, audio, listening to an audio, speaking, visual perception, right? So we want AI systems to have that kind of perception also. So you just have to understand here, perception not only means just recording the signal, right? A camera is not an AI system because it is able to record the video, but making the semantic understanding of the video, making an semantic understanding of the audio. So that kind of perception. Then communication primarily, right? So if your AI systems are not able to communicate in the human language, then to some extent they may not be readily usable, right, at a mass level. And then generative process, right? So one of the areas where humans always doubted whether AI systems would be able to cross the barrier is the generation of a new content, right? But today we see a flood of AI applications and AI systems that are actually able to generate new content. Okay, so if you look at the traditional way of looking at a computer, right? So you give the program, you give the data, and then you get the output. Okay, so computer is basically just a fast calculator, which will run the program on the given data set and will give you the output. But for machine learning and AI systems, you actually give the data and the output. Okay, so you give the input, the data, and then you also give the output. And you want the computer to figure out how that data is getting converted to the output. So essentially giving you a program, right? So program may not be here, program may not exactly mean the Python program, right? But the logic or a model. For example, in a linear regression, you get the weights. So that is essentially a program, because then you can use that program and the input in a traditional program, in a traditional computer to get the output for the unknown input. So machine learning is where you have switched the program and the output. You give X and you give Y, and then essentially you get the output. So if you look at an abstraction of machine learning, right? So the overall workflow of the machine learning, you are given a domain expert and an ML expert. Okay, so the domain expert gives you the training data set because they might have collected over years or carefully aggregated the data, right? So you get the training data set. Now the ML expert gets certain expertise from the domain also, or certain insights about the data from the domain expert also. And the ML expert gives you a ML architecture, right? Which is essentially which kind of model you want to use and what should be the hyperparameters of that model. Once you have the training data set and the ML architecture, you basically go through the training, right? And the training process here also involves certain domain expertise. You get the trained model. Okay, now you have a model that is trained on the training data set. What you need to do now is use it for the unknown data set. right? So unknown data set basically means if a new X comes along, what should be the Y for that? Okay, so that is the prediction part where you actually use the model. So given an X, you calculate what is the probability of a certain Y. Okay, so there are thousands and thousands of machine learning algorithms. Like every day, few algorithms are coming up. And they started coming up, in early 50s, 60s also as a pure mathematical models. But so we don't want to go into details of each and every algorithm right now. But what we want to understand is what are the common things that each ML algorithm definitely has. Okay. So every ML algorithm, every machine learning algorithm has these three components. The first is the representation, how the model is represented, right? The main task of the machine learning algorithm is to give you a model, right? To learn the model from the training data set. But then how do you represent this model? Is it just a set of weights? Does it have some kind of hierarchy? Is it a layered structure? Okay, for example, in decision tree, you have a tree hierarchical structure. In a random forest, you have a bunch of different hierarchical structures. So every machine learning algorithms need to have certain representation of how the model or how the knowledge is represented. The second would be evaluation. How do you measure the performance of the model, right? So you have a model. How do you make sure that it is a good model or a bad model? Okay, so you need to define certain metrics, certain kind of evaluation you have to do, where you compare the ground truth and the prediction, either using accuracy or F1 or 1,000 different loss functions are there, right? Performance measures are there. So every machine learning algorithm also needs to have a corresponding evaluation metric. Then the third is optimization. Okay, so optimization would be a process of improving the performance measure. How do you find the best set of parameters or best model? Okay, so for example, in terms of a simple linear regression, right? You are trying to fit a line through a bunch of points. Now if you think of a 2D plane, there might be infinite lines that fit through that. There are infinite lines that are in that plane. But out of those infinite lines, you have to find that one line that fits best to your data set. So how do you find that? What is the process that starts from this infinite hypothesis and leads to that one single line? That is the process of optimization. So every machine learning algorithm also has an optimization process. Okay, so these are the three components that every machine learning algorithm will have. So just in the next three slides, let's look into each of this component with a little more detail. So representation, as I mentioned, how the knowledge is represented or the model itself, right? So the examples would be, as I mentioned, decision tree, where the knowledge is represented in a hierarchical structure. Neural networks, where you have a layer by layer organized perceptrons. That's how the whole knowledge that you have learned from the training data set is represented. Then support vector machines. Support vector machines, you will have a line and also two margins. So that separation plane and two margins together is the way how the knowledge is represented in SVMs. Then you have Bayesian networks, then you have Markov models, that many different ways you can represent the knowledge. Okay, and why it is important that you choose a specific representation? Because choosing different representations will actually help you to explore different hypothesis space. Okay, so if you choose the wrong representation of a certain kind of model, you may not be able to find an optimal solution. Okay, so every kind of representation gives you a different hypothesis space. So for example, decision trees in a very simple way gives you linear boundaries, a set of linear boundaries, but the neural networks can give you a very complex non-linear boundaries. So different hypothesis space. The second one is evaluation. Okay, we all must be already aware of it. Different evaluation metrics, right? Accuracy, precision, recall, AUC, mean square error, and many other things. IOC, DICE score, Jaccard index, so all those kind of things. And why it is important to have an evaluation metric for every machine learning algorithm? Because most of the time, evaluation metrics are the one that actually helps and guides your optimization process. For example, in a gradient descent approach, where you are optimizing on a convex function, right? It is the mean square error that actually helps you to find the next best parameter. So it is always important to have an evaluation matrix. Either it guides your optimization process or it finally gives you the performance in terms of how good or bad the model is. Then the final optimization, the third component, the process of improving the model's performance. So some of the examples would be, as I mentioned, gradient descent. Then you have grid search. You can have a random search, deep, random walks, genetic algorithms, Bayesian optimizations. There are many different optimization techniques that machine learning algorithms explore. And why it is important? Because if you don't have a good optimization problem, it might take years and years to find the optimal solution, or you may not actually even find it. So because most of the time, the hypothesis space is infinite. So finding that one right solution from an infinite solutions, you need a right, like the right way of optimizing your model. Okay. So these are the three components of machine learning algorithm. Every machine learning algorithm will have these three components. Coming to the background that is required, and I always emphasize on this, because a lot of people jump into machine learning and AI applications without having a required background, right? So I'll just list quickly some of the topics that you should make yourself comfortable with before you actually jump into actual practical applications or understanding of machine learning. So the first one, in terms of conceptual understanding, you need to have a good understanding of linear algebra, the matrix, vector multiplications, matrix calculus. Then in general calculus, mostly primarily focused on derivatives. Then you have probability and stats, because machine learning in itself is a probabilistic concept, right? There is nothing deterministic in machine learning. So if you remember initially also, I told you that once you have the trained model, you give an X, you get the probability of a certain Y. Okay. Then the understanding of algorithms and data structures. So machine learning essentially is advanced algorithms, right? So for that, you need to have an understanding of primary algorithms and data structures as well. And then if you want to implement ML algorithms, you need to have a good hands-on, ability to do Python, because most of the packages for machine learning and AI are being developed in Python, and then familiarity with a simple Python packages, and along with specific packages that has inbuilt functions for most of the machine learning algorithms. Okay, so now let's go into understanding different types of learning, right? So primarily, you might have heard about supervised and unsupervised learning, right? Supervised where you're given both the X and the Y, and unsupervised where you're only given the input data and no output is given. So basically you try to understand the patterns. But what I'll do is I'll quickly introduce you 6 types of learning, right? They may not have strict boundaries between them. There are certain overlaps here and there, but just a broad definition of different types of learning. So first is supervised learning. Of course, the trained on a labeled data where the correct output, the Y, is always given. Okay, and the examples would be classification and regression. Common algorithms you might have heard about in supervised algorithm, decision trees, SVMs, neural networks, logistic regression, linear regression, those kind of things. Then the unsupervised learning, where you are not given the label data, right? The input is only the X, there is no Y. So the goal here is to find the patterns or the intrinsic structures within the input data. Okay, the example would be clustering, dimensionality reduction, those kind of things. Then you have semi-supervised learning. Semi-supervised learning would be where the model is trained on small amount of labeled data and the large amount of unlabeled data. Okay, essentially, you have the large amount of data, but only a small set of it is provided with the correct label output Y. Okay, and most of the data doesn't have the output Y. So that the algorithms that you used for those kind of data set are categorized under semi-supervised learning. Okay, and then you have reinforcement learning. Reinforcement learning is a very different kind of learning, very different from supervised and unsupervised learning. Essentially, what the model does is the model is given a set of rewards and penalties, okay, in terms of rules, probably, right? And then what the model does is it perceives the environment, do certain action, and then evaluates the action, whether the action is good or bad based on the rules you have provided, okay? And then over time, the model learns to perform the right set of actions. Okay, one of the common example for reinforcement learning is how a child learns to walk. Okay, so if a child is able to stand up, then he or she tries to walk, right? Now, you eventually doesn't give child explicit instructions on how to walk, right? But through reinforcement learning, the brain itself learns by evaluating the actions. Okay, so if you take a wrong step, you will fall, and that's a penalty. If you are able to take a right step, maybe somebody's cheering for you, and that's the reward. So based on the set of rewards and penalties, you are able to do it. Okay. So the most common networks that are used these days for reinforcement learning are deep Q networks. I mean, these days a lot of people are using, it's being taken over by neural networks also, but just before the advent of neural networks, deep Q networks were the to-go algorithm for reinforcement learning. Then you have self-supervised learning. So for self-supervised learning, the model generates labels for the input data itself, right? And this is done often by predicting the missing parts of the data. Okay, so this might look like an unsupervised learning, but this is slightly different. There is a missing data also, and then based on the data augmentation and those kind of techniques, the model tries to learn the labels itself. And the most common example would be natural language processing or contrastive learning, autoencoders. So for contrastive learning and autoencoders, you use the same input in different format to learn the similarities and dissimilarities between different data points. Okay, and then finally you have a transfer learning. Transfer learning is where the model is trained on one set of data points, and then you use the learned model and fine tune it based on a new data point. And this is helpful most of the time because the data set on which you want to use the complex models may not be enough to train the complex model from scratch. Okay, so that's why you use pre-existing models, pre-trained models, and then you just fine tune it based on your data set. Okay, so some of the examples would be for image classification, ResNet, BERT, and all the pre-trained models that people use. Okay, so these were the 6 different kinds of machine learning algorithms, right? And when I say machine learning, it's almost synonymous with artificial intelligence today, right? So different kinds of learning for AI networks. Okay, so now let's dig deep into, we check the time. Okay, so let me briefly give you a quick history of how and all it started since 1950s and how quickly it has led to where we are today in 2024, right? And you'll see how people say, right, there's an exponential growth in technology. You will feel that when we go through this history that definitely there's an exponential growth on how things are happening these days. So starting in 1950s, right? So from 1956 to 1966, these were the primary 4 events that happened. Okay, so in 1950, Alan Turing gave the Turing test for machine intelligence. Right, so if there's now a movie out also on Alan Turing, but basically the Turing test is that if a human, if there is a machine behind the curtain and a human on this side of the curtain, and the human is interacting with the machine, if the human is not able to tell whether on the other side of the curtain there is a machine or another human being, then the machine has passed the Turing test. Okay, so for most of you, if you have interacted with ChatGPT, for the very initial conversations, it might feel that you are actually talking to a human being, or like a, so it feels like ChatGPT has passed the Turing test. But once you take the conversation a little longer, you'll start feeling that definitely it's not a human, right? Because there are certain repetitive patterns that happens, mistakes that happens that humans will not definitely make, right? So over a long period of interaction with ChatGPT or these bots, you will realize that, okay, maybe they're still far away from passing up the Turing test. So that was the first time mathematically somebody gave some kind of test or a performance measure for a machine learning or a computer system that is bound to be a AI system. Then in 1956, there was a workshop at Dartmouth College in US. And then that is where the first time the AI term was born. Okay, they officially called the term artificial intelligence to, kind of aggregate all the terminologies that were being in use at that time. So it was at that workshop, the AI term was born. Then in 1964, there was a chatbot, Eliza, and that was built, and it was a psychotherapist. So basically, they gave all set of questions to the chatbot, which usually when you go to a therapist, they will ask, right? So what did Eliza was able to do? It was kind of performing a Q&A with the patient, predetermined questions, and then compile the results. So it was kind of a first chatbot that was built in 1964. And then in 1966, they actually at the Stanford Research Institute, they built.
यहाँ पे 2000 लिखने का, इन दोनों को माइनस करके बीच में लिखने का. Hello.
So, and then 1966 at Stanford Research Institute, they actually built this general purpose mobile robot, right? So this was the first robot that was built. It was named Shaky, and it was able to move around, do a visual perception, were able to interact with the environment, and all those kind of things. Okay, so you can see simple things that today we might look very trivial, but it took around 15 years for all these things to come up. Okay, then coming from, so after 1966, we directly reached to 1997. Of course, there were other breakthroughs in between, but one of the major breakthrough that happened in 1997 was when the Deep Blue from IBM was able to end the human supremacy in chess, right? So Garry Kasparov, he was finally lost in a chess match by a machine, right? So this was a computer of a type by IBM. And then if you read this sentence, this was from Garry Kasparov when he was actually playing the game, that I could feel a human level intelligence across the room. Now, how was Deep Blue able to beat a human in terms of a very complex game like chess? So this is because eventually in playing chess, you have to evaluate the next few steps, right, of how the game will go. Now, the human mind can only have a limitation of how many different, up to how many steps you can evaluate, because it's a branching tree, right, with a very high branching factor. But for a computer, they were able to look into the future of the game of all the possibilities up to many more steps than a human being, right? So that's how they beat the human intelligence. So this was not an AI in terms of deep learning and all those things. This was a tree-like search algorithm that was used. Then jumping from 1997 to 2005. So this is when the self-driving cars took a craze. There was a race where I think 4 or 5 cars actually designed by different developers. They had a race on a 132-mile mountain road. I think this was in California somewhere. But this is the first time when like a full-fledged autonomous cars come into picture in terms of the actual testing and availability. But if you look at these cars, it's actually a video. Let's see if it plays out. Just a sec. Okay. Okay. So most of these cars, if you see, I'll share the links later, but or you can search DARPA Grand Challenge 2005 driverless car competitions, right? So most of these cars have a very huge equipments mounted on the top and inside also carrying a computer system that processes everything, right? What we see today are very elegant autonomous cars, right? If you have looked at Tesla, they don't have these big equipments on their rooftop mounted like this. But this was the initial years, right? 2005. So they were performing a lot of deep Q search and perceiving the environment through radar and infrared and RGB inputs. So a lot of different sensors were up there. But this was the first kind of a grand challenge that tested and challenged autonomous cars. So you can see if you scroll through the years that I'm showing, it was taking many years before a big leap can happen, right? So 10 years for a simple things like this, and then 1997 beating the chess, and then 2005 autonomous cars. And then let's come to the next one in 2013. So again, DeepMind. So DeepMind is from Google, right? So Deep Blue was from IBM and DeepMind is from Google. So they use this deep Q learning algorithms that I mentioned earlier, the traditional AI algorithms, right? And they were able to play, the DeepMind was able to play the game Atari. So I'm not sure if you have heard about it, but oops, just a sec. So if you look at the game here, right? So the game is actually just where you have to save the ball from falling in the dig and eventually just hitting all the bricks and getting a score. Okay, so the simple thing. So essentially what they did was somebody was playing the game and they made a video recording of that, and then they gave it to the Google's DeepMind. Okay, so just somebody playing the game. They didn't tell any rules or instructions on how to best game, define an algorithm, all that stuff. No. Okay, so just a recording of somebody playing and they gave it to the computer, and then the computer was able to identify that there's this number at the top that is increasing, and that is probably the task that you have to learn how to improve this number. And then eventually after 10 minutes of training, just with 10 minutes of training, it was able to get some aspects of it, but it was not that good. So you can see the ball will eventually fall. Okay, so it was not able to perform that well. But with 120 minutes of training, it was actually like playing like an expert. So just 120 minutes of training through a video, the network, the deep mind was able to get all the rules, and eventually it was able to play the game like an expert. But the magic happened when they actually kept training it, but for 240 minutes, right? Double that amount of time. After 240 minutes of training, the network or the deep mind does something magical, right? So it eventually figures out that if you dig a tunnel at the end and let the ball go up, then you don't have to play much. The ball will just keep hitting the bricks, and then you would have to perform a minimum action, right? So this was kind of a breakthrough that without any specific instructions, the DeepMind is able to get these kind of nuances itself. Okay, so this was in 2013, and this is the same time when the deep learning kind of emerged, right? 2012, 2013. 2016, DeepMind was able to beat human supremacy in AlphaGo, and this was a very big news because this is much more complex game than chess in terms of the possibilities, right? So, but in 2016 they beat the human champion in AlphaGo as well. Okay, so coming to the progress in AI in terms of image understanding, right? So here you see some of the examples of the images that are taken from the ImageNet dataset. So ImageNet dataset has about 1.2 billion images, right, of various various objects and things, and they are properly labeled as well. So if you look at the amount of accuracy we can get before the advent of deep learning, right? Just in terms of object detection, before deep learning, the best models were not able to lower the error below 26%. That means one of the best models will still having an error of 26%. But in 2012, right, 2012, AlexNet was published, and it was the first kind of a big deep learning network. One of the very simple networks also, right? A simple convolutional neural network. It was able to take the error from 26% to 15%, which is a very big jump, right, in terms of error reduction. And then in 2013, JFNet came, 2014, GoogleNet came, which bring it down to 7%, and finally ResNet. And we know today we have many versions of ResNet also, but in 2015, ResNet bring down the error to only 4%, right? And then you can see how many years took. 2012 was the AlexNet, and just 1 year, every year, just in 3 years, we were able to bring down the error from 26% to 4%. So you can feel the exponential growth that is happening now, right? It took decades to do one big thing, and now every year, every few months, we are getting achieving the new benchmarks. Okay, and then 2015 was the kind of opens the Pandora box of using the deep learning for various applications, right? All the different technical fields started exploring it. It was able to perform much better than many of the traditional analytical deterministic models. And then in last 4 years or 5 years, the generative AI has taken over, right? So the large language models, the pre-trained models on vast amount of data set, okay? And why we are able to do it today, right? Why the large language models exist today and not 10 years ago? And one of the reasons is because ML algorithms existed long before the large language models. Okay. The two reasons why they are able to do it is, one is the data, the digital availability of the vast amount of data. And then the second is computational power, right? Especially with the advent of advanced GPUs. So building supercomputers with equipped with large number of GPUs, we have the huge amount of computation power in hand. And that is why we are able to build these large language models that are trained on billions, or more than 200 billion parameters. And at the core of all these large language models lies the transformer, right? So which was published in 2017 by Google, just 2 years after the ResNet, right? So, and the transformer is basically just an attention head. Okay, we are able to cross learn from different aspects of the data. So you might have seen this image, which was published first time in Attention is All You Need. And this is the simple multi-head attention. And if you look, if you are familiar with linear algebra, it might sound very fancy when you call it attention and all that stuff, but at its core, it's just a simple equation. Okay, so this is just a simple softmax equation of what an attention does. Okay, but if you keep repeating it, it does wonderful things. Okay, and then in 2020, 3 years after the attention paper, there was a paper from UC Berkeley in December 2020 about the diffusion models. Okay, and this also has a huge implication in the generative AI process, because before diffusion models, simple adversarial networks were used, generative adversarial networks were used to perform the generative process. But now the diffusion models have taken over. So what is a diffusion model? Essentially what you do is, it's a two-way learning process. You take the data, for example, an image here, and then you slowly keep on adding small amount of noise to the data. Okay, and then you learn the kind of a network at each step. So you learn how to make it noisy. Eventually you reach a fully noised image. Okay, you don't see any signal here, it's a full noise. But you have learned at every step, you have learned the skew weights, right, of how to convert from this image to a slightly noised image. So what you do is, essentially in the training process, you repeat this over and over for different amounts, different types of data. And in the actual sampling process where you want to generate, you just take a random image a random noised image and you do a feed forward, okay, and eventually you'll get a face image, okay. And this is, it looks very simple, right? But it has done miraculous things in terms of generative AI process. So this is the state of the art models that we have today in terms of transformers and diffusion models. And if you see any publication or any new work that mentions attention or transformer or contrastive learner or cross model or contrastive learning or diffusion models, it's essentially based on these two papers. And these are the state of the art networks that we have today. So just ending up, if you look at the 2007 Economist is a newspaper, right? In 2007, before the advent of deep learning, neural networks and everything, this was a statement they published, that artificial intelligence is associated with systems that have all too often failed to live up to their promises, right? So in 2007, people were losing hope that, okay, the artificial intelligence was a myth thing or bogus, and it's not able to do the things that we expected it to do and all that kind of stuff, right? But since then, a lot of things have happened, especially with the advent of deep learning. And this is a statement from 3 years ago from New York Times in 2021. And the statement just says a very simple thing: AI is here, there, and everywhere. And we do feel that, right? There is no system today may not be equipped with AI, some aspect of AI technology. Okay, that's it. That was a quick introduction to general terms that are used in AI and a brief history of how things have come up over the last 50-60 years. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Sir, hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Can I ask one question?
Yeah, sure.
Sir, initially you mentioned there was a movie on that. Can you name the movie? On that.
On Alan Turing.
Yeah.
So I think it was, I have to search for the name. Let me check. The Imitation Game.
The
Imitation Game.
Imitation Game. Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you for
It
that.
came out, actually it came out in 2014.
Okay, sir. Imitation Game. Fine. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Are there any other questions?
Hello.
Hello. Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Jitin, it was wonderful listening to you. Is
Thank
my
you.
voice audible?
Yeah. I can hear you.
So can you just little bit give one more example on semi-supervised learning, where we have a labeled data set and unlabeled? Any other example for that?
I myself have not used practically any semi-supervised learning, but usually you would see a mixture of learning, right? That, as I mentioned, it's not a blunt line. There is like this fusion. But let me see. So one example would be, and it's kind of a self-supervised also, but it also falls into semi-supervised. So let's say you have a set of images, okay, and they're really noisy, okay, and it's not able to humanly also possible to label those data set. Okay, there are sometimes very noisy images where you're not able to recognize the object for manual labeling also. So some of the data sets you might have labeled. Okay, so part of it is labeled, but the rest of it is not labeled properly. So what you can do is you can mix up data augmentation techniques and semi-supervised learning techniques. So you generate 2 copies of every data point. Okay, at least for the labeled part. Okay, And one of the augmentation technique that you can use is make the image noisy. Okay, so now you have an image which is not that noisy with the label, and then you generated more noisy image out of that. Okay, which is again kind of is on the same terms as the unlabeled data set. So, but for this noisy image also, you have now the label because you did it using the data augmentation techniques. Now, so if you train the network now with the labeled data, the unnoised data, and the noise data, and at the same time, you bring in the noisy unlabeled data, create different copies of it in terms of rotation and everything. If you mix self-supervised and semi-supervised there, then you are able to get the labels for the initially unlabeled noisy data also. If that makes sense.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Any other questions?
Thank you so much, Jitin sir, for your valuable lecture. In this lecture, we have got clarity on what is artificial intelligence and also the evolution of artificial intelligence, and also some of the major machine learning techniques, and also the how it has changed over generations. So thank you so much, sir. And the next session will be starting by 11:45. So I would like everybody to take a short break and join us by 11:45.
Start అయింది మేడం. Hello.
Yes, madam.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am, you are audible.
Can I start the session? Wait.
Hello, ma'am. I will just complete the profile reading and we can start the session by 11:45.
Okay, ma'am. Fine. Yeah, thank you.
So hello everyone, welcome back. So now we are into our lecture 2 of the day 1 schedule, which is on the machine learning techniques. It is going to be taken up by Dr. Balambigai Subramanian ma'am. So Dr. S. Balambigai Subramanian has 20 years of academic experience specializing in electronics and communication, applied electronics and biomedical engineering with a PhD in biomedical domain. As professor, she has published around 30 reviewed journals and 25 international conferences and has 3 patents published. She's also worked in framing the curriculum and syllabus, coordinated multiple events, proposed and executed sponsored projects, published papers in national and international journals, handled ISO and NBA accreditation process for the department as well as being a lead coordinator in R&D. Currently, she's a professor in the Department of ECE at Karpagam College of Engineering, Coimbatore. Ma'am, now I hand over the session to you.
Organizers of the faculty development program, the guest speaker, an ICT Academy, IIT Roorkee, and the T. Reddy College of Engineering, supported IIT of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. So I think session 1 was based on the session topic for the current trend of artificial intelligence. That is, we have a lot of developments compared to our lifestyle before 10 years, and right now we have been using it in every part. Just a minute, I'll share my screen. So the agenda of the lecture is as follows. We have an introduction followed by the real life artificial intelligence examples and its current impact, the future of artificial intelligence. So what currently being faced when we with the intelligence. So that we categorize under the category of managing strategies and opportunities. Then we come across, because most of us are going to do research in various domains. So that is where we try to find out some appropriate tools for research. The conclusion, that is how the flow of the lecture is organized. So what is artificial intelligence? So that is the first thing here. So here generally this was actually a term coined way back by John McCarthy. So he was actually saying that it is a science where the human intelligence is being mimicked upon and the decision making system is being given to the other machines to take up the things, or the job of the humans are being done easy by the help of the computers. So here artificial intelligence is generally a computer system which will be copying the human intelligence. And here the various tasks which are available, generally what we are aware of are visual perceptions, decision making, speech recognition, and the translation between languages. So we are aware how even the Google website has been changing. Earlier we used to type the things what we need to search. Now we have the voice assistant over there, and even there are things like Gemini and other AI apps which are as of growth of artificial intelligence. This is the human-like intelligence. So, programs was done that where the machines are guided, it's human thing to language, wherein the scientist John McCarthy tried to describe it both as and intelligent machines. So he conveyed the assembly line is a particular one system that is the manufacturing. And
Sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. It is not audible.
Yes.
Voice
Please
is
share your
not.
screen.
voice is breaking.
It is.
Okay, I'll just-
Metallic voice is coming.
What voice, sir? Sorry, I'm able to.
Voice is not continuous, ma'am. It is interrupting. Not clear.
Okay. Okay, sir. I'll disconnect and
It will be better, ma'am.
is that okay? Okay. Is it audible? Shall I continue? Shall I?
It is something better, ma'am. Something better from previous.
Ma'am, please share your screen also. We
Hello?
are not able to see the screen.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible,
yes,
ma'am.
I'll
Your
share.
screen is not presenting.
Yeah, present. Okay. Okay. Is it okay, sir? Voice is clear?
Voice is clear, ma'am. Screen is not visible.
Okay, I think because black background visible, I'll pass. So what happens here is in 1964 we had ELISA, and then we have our 1966 the shaky first person from Stanford who started the multi-purpose mobile robot, and then we had a false thing, that is the AI winter, which we just a minute. Jyoti ma'am, Jyoti ma'am, Jyoti ma'am, Jyoti ma'am. Sorry for the interruption. 1966, we have Shaky, the first electronic person from Stanford, which is the general purpose mobile, which was.
Sorry to interrupt, ma'am. Your screen is not visible to.
Okay, I'll think
I
once
think
again.
there is some internet connection error. Your internet connection is looks low. That is why you are presenting, but we are not able to see.
Okay, sir. I'll disconnect and join back. Is that okay?
Yeah, please, please, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Jyoti ma'am, please. கொஞ்சம் சொல்லிடுங்க. Hello, am I audible? Hope I'm audible. Hello.
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah, thank you for the confirmation, sir. And so now coming to the AI timeline, in 1966, we had the general purpose mobile. That was actually the first mobile robot with the ability to perceive and receive the conditions around the environment and make decisions. And then we had the other things. In 1999, we have AIBU, that is the full form of artificial intelligence robot, and it was developed by the company of Sony, which was actually the robot was designed in the form of the dogs, which were actually helping in the assembly line and other factory settings. And later on, we had the Roomba, you can see in 2002, that is the first mass-produced autonomous robotic vacuum cleaner. I think nowadays, most of the homes, people are trying to use the mobile robots, that is for cleaning the floor in the houses. So the initial version of the same thing was Roomba in 2002. And later on in 2011, we come across Siri, which was developed by Apple, and it is mainly functioning as a digital assistant, which tries to answer the queries which are given by the users. And then we have the gesture-based control, and also it is able to connect to the internet. And later on, we had the 2011, the IBM Watson, which was developed. So this was actually working at a high speed of teraflops. So teraflops stands for a floating point operation. Teraflop will be approximately equal to 1 trillion floating point operations per second. So this IBM Watson was very high speed, and it was working at a speed of 80 teraflops, and it was able to answer the questions which was posed in the natural language processing. So the basic idea was it was connected to the cloud also, and then the software applications were connected to that. And later on in 2014, we had the chatbot which passed the Turing test. So the Turing test is actually a test which tries to identify whether the machine is answering or intelligence in human being. So that was the first thing. outperform the humans. And 2014, Alex once again the task, it was able to answer the queries which was given by the people who spoke to that, if it in the work. Later, Microsoft, so it was actually a chatbot which was developed, but it was not actually fully operational because the chatbot had a bug that it started posting inflammatory and offensive tweets in Twitter. And so within 16 hours, Microsoft had to shut down the service after its launch. But however, it was trying to judge on its own rather than depending on the intelligence. And then in 2017, Google's artificial intelligence AlphaGo started playing the board games. Actually, it is similar to chess and other things. So wherein it was able to find out various combinations, and the first time it was able to overcome the humans. So this particular AlphaGo was using DeepMind technologies, and this particular game Go is actually an ancient Chinese board game, and this one was developed based on deep neural networks and Monte Carlo research algorithm. So based on these algorithms, these things started defeating the humans. So then comes the next one. The various real life examples of AI examples. We have a self-driving cars, best example. We have Tesla. Boston Dynamics, was actually a robotics design company started in 1992 by MIT. So wherein Boston Dynamics started producing mobile robots, and currently it is owned by Hyundai Motor Company from 2020 onwards. And then the various navigation systems are available, just like in the self-driving cars. Then Asimo is also another humanoid robot which can move around and perform tasks and interact with the people. And this company is currently owned by Honda company, and they are manufacturing various humanoid robots to be deployed in various places which are dangerous for the humans to move about in the factories and mines and so on. And then the full form of ASIMO is what's innovative mobility. So here ASIMO can be expanded as advanced step in innovative mobility. So this was the first thing which was able to move and use as a humanoid, so that people could it could interact with people and understand whatever was being communicated. And then we come across chatbots. Now mostly whenever we get into the websites and so on, we have the chatbots to be interacting rather than the human customer care people. So the cost effectiveness has been improved by going for the chatbots. Then we have computer games, which are mostly, we have chess engines and so on to train the people. So current example, if we see, whenever we browse through the internet or watch videos in YouTube, we depend on recommendations, either it's being Amazon or YouTube or whatever be the things, generally based on our settings and preferences or whatever we are watching. Based on that, YouTube studies the history, and then these data are being fed to the servers, and now whatever things are being coming. So generally we try to watch anything. It's because of the recommendations based on our habits. Similarly, in the Play Store also, 40% of the apps which are developed are based on AI-driven recommendations, and they can develop all these things can improve the business productivity by about 40%. So these are few examples which are being impacted upon. So coming to the subsections of the various artificial intelligence domain. So the broader area is the artificial intelligence, wherein this particular thing tries to mimic the human beings. And then the subsection of that artificial intelligence is the machine learning algorithms, where it is based on statistical methods. And these enable to develop the outputs based on studying the data set. And further, when you dive deeper into the machine learning, we need more accurate results and predictions. And that is why where we go for a more computationally complex algorithms based on the multi-layer neural network. And these are mimicking the human brain neurons, and then that is going to be useful for high computation performing tasks. So here we have the various components of artificial intelligence, starting from the deep learning, predictive analytics, that is mainly data-driven process that is used to drive artificial intelligence based on the statistical models to forecast the future outcomes. So predictive means we try to predict something. So where do we predict in the current domains are generally in banking, finance, stock markets, sales, HR, all these domains, healthcare, everything are all these things use your deep learning and predictive analytics combinedly, they can make it as machine learning. Then natural language processing, we have even currently, if we see the model of S24 mobile phones released by the Samsung, it is generally based on Gen AI. So whatever things you want to go for, if you want to draft a email or if you want to write a summary, everything, if you are giving the instruction, the Gen AI is performing generative artificial intelligence is embedded in the recent S24 mobile also. So it uses summary, so there's no need for us to sit and type and it is going to draft anything, everything, whatever we give as oral commands. So that all things comes under the natural language processing, for which generally translation, earlier when we used to go for the Google Translate, we used to type. Now if we just say the voice command, just translate this from this language to the other language, it is doing the translation. So classification, whenever you want to classify the data or go for clustering based on which we extract the information, all these things comes under your natural language processing. And speech conversions, we are very much aware, speech to text and text to speech conversion. It's available nowadays in most of the things. Expert systems to help in decision making, maybe could be medical diagnosis or could be or finance risk management in the companies. All these things are going to use the artificial intelligence. So next we have planning, scheduling and optimization in the factory setup or in the assembly line production. All these things, or even in the IT companies to complete the project workflow or go for your agile operations in software development, everything. We need to have a proper planning, scheduling and optimization to reduce the resources, and hence to go for the reduced resources, we need all these things. Then we have robotics, which are going to reduce the manpower in most of the places where the working environment is dangerous for the people, or in a repetitive monotonous work that can be replaced by the role of the humans. We have each recognition machine vision put together. That is also a developing field of artificial intelligence. Mainly it is used for medical diagnosis and so on. Wherever we need to have the reports from the CT scan or the MRI scan, and we need to conclude. So this actually is one of the aiding tool for the people to make decisions. But anyhow, it cannot replace the things. But whenever we go for the PET scan or the CT scan, everywhere the accuracy of the scanning has been improved because of the machine vision. And again, the time to get the reports have been shortly reduced because of the artificial intelligence which are used. So this is a very flow chart which is going to actually help to understand clearly where we can deploy the ML and the DL models, and then understand which particular model can be chosen for which application. So coming to the artificial intelligence, it is the superset wherein it is just the intelligence exhibited by is dependent and deep learning based on the neural networks which will be available in the model. And the functionality, if we look at the various human intelligence tasks are mimicked by artificial intelligence. Machine learning will be learning based on the data which is being available, and deep learning will be learning the intricacies from the data and use a neural network again to make the predictions. Examples of the various applications of artificial intelligence, you can see the virtual assistant like Siri and chess engines which are being deployed to train the chess players. And machine learning, you can see we have spam filters in email and all. We have this Gmail, etc. We have the spam folder. So automatically the mails are filtered as spam. And we have the recommendation systems when we go for Amazon Prime or Netflix. All these are examples of the machine learning. But the higher level decision making based on the image and speech recognition, all these things are based on the deep learning. So if, for example, if we train a network, I give some images of a person and I ask the machine to identify the age of the person. If I take this as a statement, and if I give the image of a old, I train it again and again that this person's having wrinkles in the face and having a gray hair can be labeled as an old man. If I give like that, the machine learning will understand all these things. Now, if I give another data with a young person whose hair has become gray in color, but still it will be naming that person as an old person. Where this machine learning will become redundant and we need a higher level of thinking. So in that case, I go to machine learning wherein I have to extract the features in the face also and make a comparison. Even though the hair is gray in color, the person's face does not have any wrinkles or anything like that, and the person is of younger age. So that person has to be classified as a younger person rather than an old person. So that is where we need the human intelligence in the form of neural networks which are being developed in the deep learning. Next is training data. Training data in the artificial intelligence is rule-based and based on the knowledge. And in machine learning, we depend on the labeled data. And in deep learning, we have large data set, which is always needed to train the neural networks. Decision making is again based on rules in the artificial intelligence. In machine learning, it is based on the statistical model.
तू म्यूट करी
And in the deep learning, it is layers and how
कहीं भी कर सको समझ में आ जाए अब मुझे
adaptability, we have limited rule-based adaptability in artificial intelligence. And in machine learning, as and when we give the new data, it will be able to update its model. Deep learning is highly automatic, highly adaptable. It will be able to adapt as and when the data is given because of the feedback system which is also available. Complexity here is artificial intelligence is moderately complex, but machine learning is highly complex. Networks. But in we have nations with large number of labeled data. But here learning, we need a fertility smart. So each be, and then we'll come to the culture. The forecasting mental data will be plan. With the intelligence in the mid. So here the domain. Being with the virtual health assistant. So helpful to provide for the elderly people schedule types of scans, that is particularly the CT, MRI scan and PET scan. So PET scan is one thing they can put in the people, and it is especially available. In the localized is one thing. What and then we have drug discovery, so that we had seen in a lot of combinations of drugs.
Excuse me, ma'am. Sorry to interrupt. Ma'am, again, your voice is stuck and the PPT is not clear. Ma'am, you're still not audible and the PPT is also not visible.
Hello, am I?
No, ma'am, no, it's not clear.
Hello, ma'am. Am I
Still not yet clear, ma'am.
are you is
Ma'am, are you there?
Sound is not audible, ma'am.
hello, ma'am. This is Balambige, ma'am. Ma'am, able to try once again. Okay, thank you. Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, madam. Yes, you are audible.
Hello.
Yes, madam, you
Hello?
are audible.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Hello, ma'am. The WebEx server is showing error.
Sorry, ma'am, I didn't get you.
Hello, ma'am. Hello. Yes, ma'am. This WebEx server is showing an error, ma'am. Actually, I changed my hotspot also now. It's not allowing to connect. Yeah. Okay. Just now, actually, as Wi-Fi only was connected, that was having an issue, so I turned. Shall I connect back to hotspot Wi-Fi? Okay, that's what I'm trying to do also, but it's again, can you remove me once in my side, I'm not able to leave fully. Actually, I left actually here, but it's not showing as left also. You remove me, ma'am. Yeah, yeah. Can you remove me there from your side? Yeah, okay, ma'am. Thank you. I'll again join in Wi-Fi itself, ma'am, if hotspot is the problem. Yeah, thank you. I'll just check. Am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am. Now you're audible.
Okay, ma'am. I regret the inconvenience caused. Sorry for the delay. So I will continue with the things where I had stopped. So here the next part of it is the benefits of artificial intelligence in travel industry. Plan an itinerary and all things. So earlier we used to see that place to, wherein if we try to put the date and time and how many days itinerary we plan to visit a place, that's either 2 days or 3 days or anything, everything is available. Or suppose if you want to see any historical place and feel that, if we have our AR VR experiences, all the things have been captured in the camera and stored in the servers. So using the AR and VR concepts, we are able to visualize everything properly. So instead of directly visiting the particular historical place also, we can experience the particular historical place or any other things which we want to see even from a long distance. And even fraud detection and prevention, we have dynamic pricing of the flight ticket over the weekends, and during the Sundays it will be costly. And even if we try to search again and again the same destination flights, the cost of the price tickets will go on. So generally go information, so that will remain to try to book right. So customize the travel accommodations and weather and traffic predictions. As we are aware, just like as we have in Google Map and other things, we have quite a lot of predictions which will be happening with the help of the artificial intelligence and the chatbots. And then we have the other next one, where we try to have for artificial intelligence in digital marketing. So in digital marketing, what we have is the online advertisements which we have. So even when you do the shopping in Amazon and all those things, earlier we used to search the thing. Nowadays, even if you capture an image, it will be trying to order the similar products with the similar photographs. And content generation, all these things will be happening. Content curation, email marketing, voice search, e-commerce, web page designing, and then we have chatbots. Every website nowadays, when we need to get a help, we have the chatbots initially speaking to us, and then it will be giving us a set of options. We try to choose among them, and then finally from that we try to get the information. So the chatbots, only if they are not able to solve a problem, the next level it will be escalated to the customer care. And then we have content moderation, content generation, all these things. If we try to list out what are the things that we want to know about more information, it will be just browsing through the internet, and then it will be giving us a lot of ideas. So right now, even 2 days back, we had an issue with the OpenAI. Indian-born scientist had become a whistleblower, wherein he says that an open AI things, and all those things, it's still a so that issue with the artificial intelligence, where it is as a future of AI, we have to go for the ethical consideration or things which has to be taken care. So coming to the next domain, where we have artificial intelligence in finance. So here we have the stock market predictions. Then we have stock market predictions. Generally, there are different types of people who buy and sell in the same day, or they buy when the prices go down and sell it another half an hour later, the prices increase. For all these things, we have a stock market prediction. So here my screen is shared here. So when we go for the risk management, we have a lot of risks which are available. Anti-fraudery system, we have insider training, insider trading, which will happen generally in stock markets when people are aware of various decisions that the government is going to do or a specific company is going to do. Then based on that, the stock market prices of the particular shares will be escalated and then it will be dropped down. So this comes under the trading. Banking also, the loans can be done personalized based on the CIBIL score person is having. So the CIBIL score, generally CIBIL score of 750 and plus will be a positive for getting loans easily. So even when the people are paying the loans on the due date or getting the things, whatever be the loans they pay on the due date, the CIBIL score will be maintained properly. So that when you want to get the next loan, the CIBIL score will be monitored. So all these things, credit card decisions, issuing of the loans, all these things, sales forecasting, all these things have the applications based on the artificial intelligence. And next comes the one where we have the next type, chatbots. So these are the various chatbots which are developed from various companies. We have Vivoca artificial intelligence assistant, Mistral by Meta, and then Gemini, which is now being developed by Google, DeepMind, ChatGPT by OpenAI, Bard by Google. So these are the various things we are aware of. Bard, ChatGPT, and then Gemini. All these things are available in most of the mobile phones, whatever we use. And if we go for other higher end versions, Gen AI concepts are also being used. When we come to the real-time examples of self-driving cars like Tesla, we have Waymo, Nvidia, and BMW. Uber is not currently out of service, so kindly ignore that. So Uber has stopped its autonomous self-driving cars. So whenever we go for Tesla and other models, they work with the concepts of LiDAR based on the light, whatever concepts you can try to find out. So LiDAR stands for light detection and ranging. And then we have the cameras. So there are nearly 50 plus cameras in Tesla car if we have a look at the latest models. So they will be try to cover the blind spots wherever there is the spots which are not visible to the driver when they drive the vehicle. So in that particular cases, if there is some vehicle which is coming to very nearby, the car's decision intelligence system will override the driver's decision making. So suppose if you want to turn to the right and a very vehicle which is very fast coming over behind you, and you should not actually turn to the right because the driver did not observe the fast coming car behind, the person would have put the indicator. But if we are driving in a self-driving car like Tesla, Tesla will make its own decision. It would have seen in its camera that there is a car coming at 140 kilometers or 120 kilometers speed. And when I try to move to the right side, I will not be able to uh, go without clashing. So in that particular instant, what Tesla will do is it will change the lane automatically. Instead of turning to the right, it will go in the straight lane if there is a path available, or it will take a diversion without the interference from the driver. So that much sophisticated we have in the self-driving cars. So the safety is ensured and all the blind spots detection is ensured, and the parking assistance is available with the help of the thing, cruise control. So everything will be automatically taken care in Tesla and other models. So this is all due to the intelligence which has been fed into the system in the car. Similarly, with the smart home technology, we have enhanced management system, IoT ecosystem, where we have the automatic switching of the lights and other things can be done based on the usage of the people at the home. Data-driven insights, we can go for the reduction of the energy saving and all those things based on the things. Then we have the coming to the crucial part, what we have to have a look. These are what until now what we saw were the applications. Now, when we go for various research things under the artificial intelligence, there are few gray areas which we need to work out. So machine learning, generally we have three categories: supervised machine learning, unsupervised machine learning, and the reinforcement method. So the supervised machine learning is mainly regression classification comes under this. And here what generally happens here is it's based on the label data. Unsupervised learning, we have large data which are clustered and they can be again used to train and give forecasting here. Reinforcement one will be reacting to the environment based on the feedback system which is being given. So the other classification is transfer learning, which is the upcoming domain, wherein you train a data or a system, expert system with the large data. And when you want to have the intelligence to be transferred to a smaller volume of data, the learning from the larger data set will be applied naturally to the smaller data set without any training. So that is called as the transfer learning. Then we have deep learning, wherein we have got multi-connected nodes, which will be available here for the decision-making purpose. Ensemble learning is similar to the hybrid mode, wherein you can use different combinations of models trained and then combine the outputs to get a better results. So these are the general data learning methodologies or types which can be used for any particular application. Now coming to the future aspects or the data hurdles, what are difficulties that have to be taken care in future, because as of now what is developed is okay, but when we want to do some advancement, there are other things to be taken care to improve the efficiency in artificial intelligence. So what are the problems that has to be taken care in the future? So I say confined my talking to the problems in artificial intelligence that has to be addressed in future. So they are categorized as 5 important things: data quality issues, because generally we depend on the data for the training, and this data has to be a large data set, and the quality of data also is equally important. And next we call it as large data set is difficult to manage, that we call it as the data deluge, that also has to be taken care. And the privacy and security issues are available. So that as in the previous 2 days before the incident which happened with the whistleblower of the OpenAI also, so even Elon Musk has quoted that artificial intelligence or any intelligence which is developing at a faster rate is quite not safe to the humans, but still no research, there is no level where to stop. So there are a lot of issues to discuss where the growth of artificial intelligence should be taken care so that it does not disturb the humans. Then we have fairness and bias mitigation and other issues to be taken care when we go for the data training which is needed for the artificial intelligence. So here what happens here is these are the things. Data cleaning has to be done. So data cleaning, we have here first step data cleaning. Unwanted data has to be removed and the data which is not necessary is also to be removed, and data has to be properly taken care. And then data has to be labeled properly using the profiling and preparation, and the missing data has to be taken care. Active learning, data validation, algorithm should be fair enough, bias should be removed, and then continuous monitoring for the real-time data and data lineage. Even when we go for ChatGPT, the data set is trained only quite till 2021. So the current data for the past 3 years, the model has not been trained even the ChatGPT's older versions. So that is what, whenever we have the current data, so how do we go for that? So that algorithm has to be taken care and monitoring and maintenance has to be done. Data deluge is another thing where we have massive amount of data. So massive amount of data, once again, the AI systems have got lot of issues. When we need to have an appropriate server, so servers again are becoming costly. We go for the cloud-based servers based on Amazon and other things. And then we have data processing, we need lot computational facilities. We need to move to GPU based on NVIDIA and other things, data extraction. So among the large quantity of data, how are we going to extract the knowledge from the large data set? That's quite a question mark. So for that, again, we need to do a lot of things we have to do. So next one we have is the privacy and the security issues. So whenever we have the privacy and security issues, we have problems with the user permission, data ownership, and illegal access So even we have the copyright issues and all those things. But even generally, if we are asked to prepare anything, we cannot immediately go and get the copyrights from all the authors concerned. So that if we do not get the access through copyright, then it becomes an illegal access. Data breaches and changing AI models based on the data set, all these things are the issues. So how these can be overcome are, so the proposed solution for the data privacy and security issues are, we can go for the privacy preserving artificial intelligence techniques, and then we can go for robustness and adversarial training based on the real-time conditions, and then anomaly detection, that is where we try to get the faults, and these faults can be again tried to be overcome by finding out our training using artificial intelligence models. Then we have to have the compliance to data regulations or data protection regulation. So this is what is still lacking. Data protection regulations as competed by OpenAI and all these things, it's still under the processing. It's not completely, totally false proof as of now. So these issues has to be taken care when we go for the future algorithms and other things. Coming to the bias in training, so whenever we have the label, that has to be proper, and measurements has to be proper. So measurement example, the same thing I can quote as the example. Uh, when you give the photograph of an elderly person, if the machine is able to identify based on the hair color, then it will be saying it's a old person. But if the younger person who has got a gray hair or white hair, and if he is labeled as a old person, that is a measurement bias. So in that particular case, the labels, if they are mislabeled, then the decision making will change. So how can we go about that? So again, for this, the proposed solution is data collection and pre-processing. And the algorithm fairness has to be checked along with the metrics. Go for explainable AI. So explainable AI is coming domain wherein we try to find out, because suppose we have the same issue. A young person is classified as an old person, then it will not give us any reasons. Now we try to add in a black box where this particular young person, if they are classified as an old person, the particular reason has to be given by the artificial intelligence. Why did it classify? Did it find any other feature to classify the person as old? Or if it was, the reason for giving the decision has to be given by the explainable AI. So if yes, true, what is the reason? If false, what is the reason? So that will give us more idea or better idea when we try to find out the solutions. Then after the explainable AI, we can get the confirmation, and then we try to find out the group attributes, whether they are really correct or not. And finally, every problem nowadays, when we go for the interdisciplinary collaboration, that is going to give better results. So how do we get the better expertise in the future? XAI stands for explainable artificial intelligence, that is incorporating a black box wherein we try to give explanations for the decisions. And the second part is LRP algorithms. So these algorithms will be coming back to that. They try to find out the ones which are recently used and how to go about that. Models can be simplified by going for the linear models. Any complicated model can be made as a hybrid model of various linear models, and then we can go for interdisciplinary collaboration and AI models. And always, finally, we need to have your ethical considerations always. So coming to the first one, explainable AI. So what currently is being done is we have the training data and the machine learning process. Based on the functions, the labels and the other data given and the algorithms, it will make a decision whether it's accepted or not accepted. So only the decision is conveyed here in the current artificial intelligence models. So whenever we go for the explainable artificial intelligence concept, we have the training data and the new machine learning process. But here in between the learning function, we replace it, the black box, what I mentioned was, you try to replace it with the explainable model and an explainable interface, so that the reason why we make a decision is made clear, and the user also will be able to understand what really it means. So this is what is called as the explainable AI model. So nowadays, the reasons whenever we make a medical diagnosis, if we have the explanation also from the machine, then that is going to help us in the long run. So this is what you call as the explainable AI model. So going for the conventional one, we can go for the explainable AI model, first one. The second one is called as the LRP algorithms, that is the layer-wise relevance propagation. So here what we have, most of us will be knowing what is called as the neural network architecture, or even CNN architecture and all those things. So here, even in the CNN architecture, the computational power is going to be wasted and time also will be increased when we go for large data sets, and we need high processing power and computational facilities. So here what we try is, we train the network and freeze the weights and biases, and then whichever neurons are needed, they alone can be activated and the others can be frozen or freezed from operation. Now, whichever weights was needed, that alone can be propagated to the output node from the previous layer, and the corresponding hidden layers neurons can work upon that and repeat it based on the algorithm. So this is what we try to reduce the computational power, and also the speed is increased when we go for the layer wise relevance propagation. So next to explainable AI concept, now the upcoming algorithm is the LRP algorithms, wherein we try to go for the propagation rule modifications. So coming to the future directions here, whatever we need to have is, we have strong ethical guidelines. We need federated learning algorithms to enable a collaborative model. Federated learning algorithms, again, we have a decentralized servers. Suppose if I want to get a medical data diagnosis, I can do it on the servers of the individual bigger hospitals. From that, I would get a summary. So similarly, if I consider the data set from 3 different hospitals, I'll be getting 3 summaries. Now I feed a new data that's based on the summary of the 3 different ones. I can go for a prediction using the FL model, that is the federated learning algorithms. The major advantage here is the decision making is decentralized, and even the computational power is decentralized, so that we need not go for high cost of all the performance systems. Then we go for edge computing environments based on artificial intelligence. So here, once again, edge computing mainly for the nodes which are in the mobile conditions, we go for edge computing, and because power consumption has to be minimum for all the moving nodes, so that has to be done based on the minimization of power. Then all our research should be focused on the sustainable development goals, because power saving is also equal to power generation. So that is important. So that is why whenever we go for even when you go for Gen AI, the power minimization, the power will be draining quickly, battery will be draining faster when we open multiple screens and multiple processing in the background and all those things. So ultimately, it's going to reflect on the power consumption or the battery capacity. It will be draining very fast. So again, the long working of the battery depends on the minimization of the power. And then whatever AI models are being developed, they have to be adjusted so that they change their values up based on the incoming data also. So periodic training is not possible once the model is being deployed in practice. So that is why the models should be able to adjust to the changing data and settings, which has to be done. So these are the various, suppose we need to do research. Earlier we go to the library, take the hard copy or download the white papers from the websites or the reputed journals and so on. So nowadays we have some, though it is not totally replacing the original method of research, we have various AI-based tools. So these are the various tools which you can try to use it for literature survey. What we have is semantic scholar, consensus, discovery, styling, all these things. For knowledge mapping, we have other things, Research Rabbit, Inago Read, SciSpace, and for note taking, we have various other things, that is Later, Cleovis, Glasp, all these things. And paper writing, we have Trinica and Jenny. So all these things, even yesterday I was just trying to find out what is the one few tools I was just experimenting. If I give the paper typeset.io, if I type it and I give the name of the domain where I want to research, then it's bringing the highly quoted 5 papers, and based on that, it's giving a summary. So, but what we usually do, we take the go to Google Scholar or Scopus or Web of Science, and then take the highly cited papers and then do a summary. To get a summary, we at least minimum we need to spend 1.5 hours to get a good summary. But now if I give the things in the typeset.io I was just doing yesterday, it gives the highly cited papers, gives a summary, and gives the citation of the thing paper also which I need to refer. And what is the methodology? Whatever I ask, it is giving the things. So it's become quite easy to write a literature survey paper, and it is not a substitute, but it's still a aid to do the research little bit faster. So you can try in your free time what are the things available, what can be done with the literature survey, because actual work can be done instead of the time can be spared to do some actual work instead of going for searching the literature. So coming to the work environment, we have the large language model based technology in LLM. That's the LLM for BARD. That's ChatGPT, we know. The difference between BARD, it is currently, it's always trained model, and it is up to date as on date. Whereas ChatGPT, it is based on until the training done until 2021. And ChatSpot we have, that's a research assistant. Dokigami, it's again a management system for document. Google Workspace, it's based on Gen AI capabilities. HyperWrite is available, which is used for business writing. And for content writing, we have Jasper. And again, Notion also is for content writing for the business. And Oli is another thing, which is all those things are artificial intelligence based tools which are helping the work environment. So these are the various tools which can be used for appropriately. So all those things can minimize the time saved here. Apart from that, we have Po for Quora, that's again a chatbot, and Synapse, that's the ideation tool for businesses. We can even go for PowerPoint presentations using Tom Create, and we have writer enhancing things like W Writer. These are various things, and the data, all this data was from data science.dojo. So this was the source document. So these are all where we can try to simplify our timings when we go for these things. So these are the various references what I had used for this. So I think the major thing what I wanted to bring upon is this one. So these are the 5 issues where we try to face hurdles, where we face hurdles in artificial intelligence. And these things can be focused when we go for the research issues, when we take up any problem statement in any other particular domain. So based on this, these things, the aspects of data hurdles, how they can be overcome. The proposed solutions are given over here. So based on that, these can be explainable AI, LRU, LRP algorithms. All these things are basic things which can be adopted. We cannot apply all the things, but whatever is specific for the particular data set, accordingly we can try to choose. And for the particular domain, maybe healthcare, agriculture, finance, whatever domain we choose, we accordingly we can choose the data set and train and try to focus upon the research what we want to continue. So this is what I wanted to convey. Any queries, please? Sorry for the disturbances caused by my Wi-Fi. I'm extremely sorry for that also. Please, thank you for your patient hearing and also bearing with the disconnections with the Wi-Fi. Any queries, please? I'll forward the PPT to the organizers. Maybe they'll be circulating to everyone. I thank the participants for their patient hearing, and it was nice of you for bearing with the inconveniences of the Wi-Fi trouble over here. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your insights on artificial intelligence and everything. A small request from my side, if everybody can on their videos just for a photograph.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Just a minute.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much to all the faculty.
Thank you for sparing your valuable time, everyone. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, everyone. The next session will be starting at 2:45. So we can have the lunch break right now.
हो जाएगा। कितना था? 3 गो लोग था, 4-5 गो लोग गया था, 10 गो तो बच था।
बुलावा आ जाए ना, अरे चटनी नहीं है ना हो गया यार तो टेस्ट करवा लिए थे ना। ठीक है, रख दे रहे हैं। ठीक है। डॉक्टर सनत कुमार देख लेना है ना। कम नहीं हाँ 35 पंचायत
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. Now we are currently in the lecture 3, and this is handled by PM Durairaj Vincent. He will be addressing us on the machine learning techniques. So the profile of the resource person goes as PM Durairaj Vincent earned his bachelor's and master's degree from Anna University, Chennai. And in addition, he obtained his PhD from VIT University, Vellore in 2015, currently serving as a professor in the School of Computer Science Engineering and Information Systems at Vellore Institute of Technology, VIT. Vellore, Tamil Nadu, India, he brings over 17 years of combined teaching and research expertise. Having dedicated more than 15 years to VIT University, he held the position of head of the department for an MTech program within the School of Computer Science, Engineering and Information Systems for a standard tenure of 2 years, spanning from 2016 to 2018. He boasts a substantial body of work with over 100 publications in Scopus, indexed journals, 43 of which hold SCI indexing with impact factors. Notably, each publication carries an average impact factor of 3.15. Furthermore, his current H index in the Scopus database stands at 24. Underscoring the significance of his contributions, additionally, he holds credit for publishing 5 Indian patents. He has successfully mentored 5 PhD scholars and is currently providing guidance to 5 research scholars in the realm of machine learning and deep learning. He has presented numerous invited talks at prestigious institutions such as the College of Engineering, Anna University, Hyundai, and delivered keynote addresses at international conferences. Notably, he has been recognized in the top 2% scientist list released by Stanford and Elsevier Scopus in the year 2023 and 2024. He has also conducted classes for Wipro employees in 2012, 2015, and 2016, demonstrating a strong connection between academia and industry. Sir, now I hand over the session for you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Can you allow me to share my screen?
Yes, sir, now you can share the screen.
So good afternoon, one and all present here. Myself, Durairaj Vincent from VIT University, Vellore. So I'll be presenting today's session in the topic called machine learning techniques. So before let me begin, I would like to thank the organizers of this particular 5 days FDP with respect to artificial intelligence and other allied techniques. So I'll be giving today's session on machine learning technique, as well as tomorrow I'll be having a session where we will be in a position to experiment those techniques we are going to discuss as part of today's discussion, so that I'll be confident that all the participants will get the full benefit out of it. So before we go to what is machine learning, so we should look into the history behind machine learning, because many of us would have been thinking that machine learning is completely a new trending technique in the evolved in the last 5 or 10 years or so. But machine learning was coined long back in 1959 itself, which was coined by Arthur Samuel, who was a pioneer in the field of computer science, who has defined machine learning in such a way that it's a field of study that gives computers the ability to learn without being explicitly programmed. So this kind of experience you have got, it was a very interesting story when he was very much fascinated about playing a game called checkers, where he was unable to beat the computers. So one fine day, he has written a piece of code to just understand and record all the moves made by the computer, which was the reason behind all those failures. So by making that particular piece of code, he was able to play that particular game on his behalf, and he was able to beat the computer. So that is what the starting point, and which came a very, very long period before, that is in the year of 1959. So Tom Mitchell is a pioneer in the field of machine learning, where he has defined machine learning in a different way with respect to 3 parameters called T, P, and E. So T stands for the task, whereas P refers to performance measure, and E is experience. So for example, he has taken the classical example of any particular machine learning model, a spam filtering. So according to spam filtering, as we all know that the task for that particular algorithm or particular application is to identify all those spam mails. But we know that there may be otherwise options also. It may have, sometimes it will be wrongly classifying an email as a spam mail, and sometimes it will miss out by properly classifying. So whenever we are trying to measure its performance, we will be able to give some kind of experience for that particular system. So either we will be able to mark a particular email as a spam mail, or we will be also able to mark it as not a spam. So we will be able to overall giving a kind of experience to it, and we will be able to call it as that it is the particular system which will be improving over a period of time with the experience, whatever it has to get. So it applicable even to a small newborn baby, from starting adapting to a particular condition, and slowly will be learning about the environment, people around it. So obviously the parents will be or the people who are at home will be teaching that particular baby, and whenever a particular baby commits a mistake, so they will be able to give an experience, so that over a period of time the baby will be able to adapt to everything, and it will be able to identify people according to the inputs the particular baby receives. So that's how Tom Mitchell has defined machine learning. And why machine learning is very popular. So it is something we have to understand that machine learning was there. It was coined in the year of 1959, and there was a machine learning expert in the year of 1998 itself. But why it is so popular in the last 5 or 10 years? So that we have to understand very first. The first thing is the flood of availability of data. So the data is being generated from almost every front. So the moment what we are talking about now, even this particular moment, the data be generated and newer terms are being coined like petabytes, zettabytes, such kind of higher terminologies are coming for referring the size of the data which are being generated. So that is mainly because of the advent of internet as well as the Internet of Things, connectivity of internet to wireless sensors. So there are many reasons behind that. And second important reason is increasing computational power. So increasing computational power. So earlier days, 5-10 years before, we were unable to access the higher computational power. So now we have plenty of options. So GPU computing facility is becoming affordable one, and everybody will be able to access it. On the other side, so many online tools are available like Google Colab and other things where we can pay for what we use. So all these kind of advantages. So all these kind of advantages we will be able to see it when it comes to the popularity of machine learning in the last decade, what we are seeing. And the third reason is growing progress in available algorithms and the theory developed by researchers. So there is always a progress with respect to this particular algorithms that we are going to discuss, because these algorithms might be very old or it was introduced a long back. Even for today's present day problem, we will be able to handle with the help of these algorithms. So that is the third most reason why machine learning is very popular now. And increasing support from industries is the fourth important point. So if you see the investments that are made in the field of machine learning probably comes from the industry giants. So AI and ML, the investments from Google, Meta, any big companies, if you take, we will be able to see billions and billions of money is being invested in this particular field. So that is another important reason why we are able to see that. So this is the small information about 2023 about a single minute in internet. So how much of data is being generated, the engagements of internet. So we will be able to understand that 6,94,000 video hours is being viewed in a single minute across the globe. 2.4 million Google searches are happening. More than 3 lakh tweets are happening, Instagram post views, Facebook post. So similar like that, there are many things are happening the moment what we are going to do. So in 2023 itself, in a minute, more than 22,000 visits are happening to ChatGPT. So these kind of things are making us to understand that where exactly this data is being evolved and how important to handle such a huge data that are being generated. So a glimpse of where the data is being generated. So it comes from various domains. So across, cutting across all the applications which are contributing to the field of machine learning. Basically, the data is being generated from across all the domains. So that's what we will be able to understand, that the wireless sensors which are being connected as part of Internet of Things. So we will be able to see the sensors are generating data which is being transferred to the cloud environment, and we will be able to apply edge computing or fog computing in handling those things. So that is one important source of data generation. Social media. So social media platform, we know that just before we have seen most of our social media platform and engagement of the general public is very high, especially when it comes to social media. E-commerce based online transactions, mobile devices, healthcare and wearables that we will be using like smartwatches and other things, and from the hospitals, from the hospital based research centers. So business operations, so any kind of normal business, a conventional business other than the e-commerce and other things, research and science where the data is being generated, from the government side and public services, the services provided by the government. So that regarding data is being generated from streaming services, surveillance and security, educational platforms, international organizations, non-government organizations, financial markets, satellite imagery and geospatial data, weather and environmental monitoring station. So like that, the data is being evolved from various domains. Almost we are covering most of the things, even agriculture fields also being generated data. So the transportation is completely computerized like that. Many sources are there where we will be able to generate the data, whereas it is necessary to understand that we will be in a position to see to that how this particular data will be properly streamlined and it can be monitored. So before we get into the further details about machine learning, so we will be directly jump into the various techniques because we have a very limited time and I'm planning to cover major algorithms which are belongs to machine learning. So normally machine learning will be classified into as many of the professors and research scholars are attending this. I have not touched those things as a very basic introduction thing. So, but we will be able to recall that the basically machine learning will be divided into two broader categories as supervised based machine learning as well as unsupervised based machine learning. So unsupervised, any data which does not hold any of the class labels, so we will be getting into that particular category. So such kind of data are very much limited, whereas we will be able to see to that most of the present day data are very much labeled and we will be able to handle it appropriately. So when it comes to supervised based machine learning, so probably we may be in a position to end up with two different types of problems. One is a predictive analytics, another one is a classification based problem. So when you want to predict something, obviously we will be able to do it with the help of machine learning. So any kind of prediction that we does, for example, rainfall prediction, or it's about any kind of weather prediction, so stock market prediction, gold price prediction, Bitcoin prediction. So many types of prediction based problems are there. So those prediction based problems will be coming under a particular category that we need to find and identify a number. So a number we have to find it out. So what will be the rainfall we will be expecting in next 2 days due to the newly formed cyclone. So we will be able to quantify things. So we'll be able to say that 60 millimeters or 80 millimeters of rain we may be expecting. So such kind of predictions, if at all we are coming across with respect to a particular problem, so we'll be able to approach the regression based algorithm. So regression is basically a simple mathematical based algorithm where we will be able to identify some of the problems that we have discussed. Always a classical example of a regression is the house price prediction. So we all know that the Western countries are working systematically. So where we will be able to give the input. So if we give the inputs in terms of number of square feet and the year at which you are going to buy a particular a house or a vacant land or whatever it may be with respect to these two attributes. So we will be able to get a value which will be very much originated from the regression based approach. So that is the classical example of any regression based technique. So when you want to predict a continuous dependent variable from a number of independent variables, so we will be always working in an environment where we will be able to see to that there are a number of independent variables will be there and there will be a dependent variable with respect to this. So in that particular scenario, so we will be able to use the regression based approach, so where the continuous variables will be identified if we have the infinite number of real values within the given interval. So we will be able to see to that speed and distance, height of a student. So any value that we will be basically looking into, so that kind of things we will be able to do it with the help of regression based algorithm. So if the dependent variable is a continuous one, the researcher will be directly using regression based analysis, which is called as a linear regression. So there are probably two different types of regression as there, linear regression as well as logistic regression. So linear regression is simply connecting the points in the linear manner as close as possible. So where we will be able to construct a linear regression line with the help of the regression formula. So where we will be able to identify the coefficient as well as intercept for that particular calculation. Whereas the logistic regression is basically a classification approach where we will be able to classify either one of a particular class. So that is what it is being shown like a sigmoidal curve in the second figure. So both are supervised machine learning approach. So one is to find some continuous value. It can be in a position to present the dependent and the independent variable for that particular problem solving. So obviously we will be looking for a regression line which will be best fitting to the available point. So that's how we will be in a position to arrange it. So the usage of linear regression and logistic regression is completely different on the context that one will be basically a prediction approach, another one is a classification approach. So that is what we will be able to understand from this particular regression. So when it comes to the regression model, so we will be able to see to that normally we will be able to predict the relationship between the variables. So when different variables are there, for example, we will be calling one particular variable is a dependent variable. For example, in the house price prediction example, what will be the price of the house? So that is a dependent variable that we will be normally in a position to identify it. So for that, we will be having number of independent variables. So number of independent variable, which may include year, which may include the size of the square feet. So those kind of information we may have with respect to that. So with the help of that, we will be in a position to identify and solve the particular problem on predicting the dependent variable. So in a simple linear regression approach, so we will be in a position to find the dependent variable with the help of independent variable, and the final outcome of that particular model is to build a straight line. It could be a linear line. So basically we will be always in a position to relate with the formula that normally we use for solving a linear equation. So where in which we will be able to construct the particular line with the help of y equal to mx plus c. So in the similar fashion, in the same way, we will be also solving it. So when we will be in a position to go for multilinear regression or multiple regression, if the dependent variable is making the decision with the help of number of independent variable. For example, if it is 2 or more, anything which is 2 or more, then we will be able to apply a multilinear regression on solving that particular. So in case of two variables, as we will be in a position to predict the outcome. So we will be using this particular formula. So normally we will be using straight line equation formulas y equal to mx plus c. So here we are representing it as y equal to b0 plus b1 into x. So the first component is the intercept and second component is the slope that we will be in a position to apply it on solving this. So slope will be positive for positive relation between variables, as we all know that if one increases and another one is also increases, it is positively correlated. So in that particular case, we will be able to construct a straight line on covering those things. So here, for example, here itself it is given square feet area of house related to rental. So if it is a rental purpose, so this particular problem can be very much applied for that particular scenario. So it can be applicable for the price prediction with respect to real estate or anything that is coming under the prediction thing. So we will be able to do that. So slope will be basically negative if the relationship between the particular attribute and the other attribute is going to be negative. So the example here is the number of hours which is being spent by a student in social network and the grades in examination. So it is going to be negatively correlated. So where we will be able to understand this. So this is the example of a linear regression. So where we will be in a position to roughly construct this particular regression line, which will be connecting all the points. So we will be able to see to that it is not overlapping any of the points given, but it is trying to cover as much as closely with respect to the points which are available in the 2D plot. So when it comes to drawing this, as it will be very, very difficult to make it. So that's the reason why the linear regression model will be helpful on constructing this. So while we are in a position to construct this, we will be able to understand that there will be a huge difference that may be possible when it comes to this particular kind of prediction, because it is quite obvious that exact prediction is almost impossible. So there will be a deviation. So how closely we will be able to go with respect to that. So that is what the success of an approach. So it is necessary to also look into the component called error. So we need to estimate that what kind of error will be expected. So for example, if a particular value is being derived, so we will be able to see to that plus or minus 5%. So something like that, if you are able to say with respect to the prediction, then the end user also will be able to understand that what is being actually predicted is going to have some kind of fluctuation which is restricted to only 5%. So such kind of things also it is necessary to estimate. So that is what this particular discussion says, that this particular error will come out from the sources out of our control, because any algorithm that works which will be having a lot of limitations. So especially the quality of the data. So quality of the data may be most of the time compromised. So to how extent it is compromised, we don't know. But towards a perfection, we will not be able to get 100% perfect data at any point of time. So when we will be in a position to judge the difference between prediction and actual value, so we will be able to always calculate the error, which will be the discrepancy with respect to that. So if the error rate is going to be a negligible one, then we will be able to take up that particular approach towards the real-time problem solving. Otherwise, we need to go for another option with respect to that. So when it comes to the numerical perspective, so this is how we will be able to solve this particular problem. So when you are going to have only two attributes, X and Y. So X is going to be your input and Y is going to be your output. So this is how the slope and intercept is being calculated numerically. So you'll be able to see it's a very simple calculation. So summation of Y multiplied by summation of X square minus summation of X multiplied by summation of XY. So divided by N into this particular formula. So similar like that, B value is also being calculated. So if you are numerically solving this particular problem for the benefit of students to understand how exactly this particular algorithm works, so we can take an example of a simple two attribute table X and Y with some values. It could be anything. Then obviously the things which are required as per the formula is X square as well as the product of X and Y. So that we will be able to very well calculate it, and we will be able to just do the summation with respect to every column, summation of X, summation of Y, X square as well as X multiplied by Y. So if these four values are there, we can very well substitute in this particular formula. So when we are in a position to substitute the values in the given formula, so we'll be able to derive it to a particular value. So where we will be in a position to see to that what is the intercept value and what are the slope value. So with that, we will be able to derive the linear regression equation. So with the help of this particular equation, we will be able to further finalize our regression line, so which may be helpful for us to solve some of the future problems. So linear regression is always a straightforward, simple approach where we will be applying 1 to 1. So one attribute, input attribute, and one output attribute. But in the real-time scenario, we know that there may be more than one attribute which constitutes the outcome of the dependent variable. So in that case, it is quite obvious that we need to go for a multiple regression or multilinear regressions, where we will be in a position to attempt to bring more attributes into this particular problem solving scenario. So it is a statistical measure basically to attempt to determine the strength of the relationship between one dependent variable and series of other independent variable. It could be any number. So any number of data that if you are considering, any number of attributes if you are considering, you will be in a position to handle this particular data. So exploratory variables will be considered for this particular discussion to understand how we will be able to do that. So when we can illustrate the 3 variable model, right? So that is the simplest model that we can consider, because anything more than 1 equal to 2 or more than 2, we will be able to understand that it belongs to the category called multilinear or multiple regression. So here we are going to calculate the outcome based on 2 pieces of information, that is x1 and x2. So here x1 refers to price, whereas x2 refers to income. So the quantity demand for a particular commodity is what we are going to calculate with the help of 2 pieces of inputs, x1 and x2. So this is the formula for multi-linear regression or multiple regression, which involves only 2 attributes. So when it comes to the 2 attributes, so we will be able to see to that it is a small extension of that particular formula by introducing one more attribute we are introducing here. So when we are in a position to see to that the particular calculation go with respect to this, because we will be in a position to calculate different attributes with the help of this. So in order to find a y dash, x1 dash, x2 dash, and also we will be in a position to subtract the value from the average of that particular value. So when we are in a position to substitute that, we will be able to substitute the final values in the particular equation. So this is the example. If you are going to consider, there are 2 inputs we are going to consider as per the previous discussion. So we'll be considering 2 attributes here, and we are going to calculate the income based on these 2 inputs. So already the value is there, but we will be trying to bring it out a multilinear regression model, a regression line. We are going to bring it as part of this to solve this particular problem for the future instances. So when it comes to this particular calculation, so we will be able to see to that all the 3 attributes are there with respect to this. So this particular one is going to have different calculations. So those calculations are given at the bottom. So how the y dash, x1 dash, and x2 dash are calculated with respect to each particular category. So by doing so, the AI program. So we will be in a position to see to that all the values are accordingly calculated and substituted. So when the required values are calculated, so we will be able to find the summation of that. So when we are in a position to substitute those values in the respective formula, so we will be able to derive those through values that we are supposed to do it, and this is the final regression line. So here if you could see, there are 2 attributes, price and income, are considered along with those interpret and slope, so that this particular generic form will be used for the future problem solving. So this is what about the regression techniques. So when it comes to the pros of the regression, so we will be able to understand that the first advantage of this particular approach is interpretability. So these kind of models are easy to interpret because the linear regressions are presented with the simplest mathematical form. So it will be easily interpretable. Representation is very simple. So if you see from this particular thing that the whole thing which is going to see that 7.18 multiplied by price, so that much importance is for price, whereas income is 0.014. So that particular thing will be clearly describing the results on each particular attribute and which one is going to have more impact on the outcome. So those kind of things are the advantage. Predictive accuracy is good for the nominal problems, simple problems, because it will be able to perform really well when it comes to actual linear relationship is available between the dependent and independent variable, because it is basically an intrinsic property that we will be in a position to understand that. Third one is the model transparency. So this particular model is a very transparent model, which will be able to make and everyone to understand this. So that is what we will be calling it as a transparency. So variable importance is being properly taken care here. And finally, the versatility of this particular technique across the different types of data. It could be a time series data, it could be a longitudinal data, it could be a cross-sectional data. So with respect to any particular type of data, this particular approach will very well handle that. So what are all the drawbacks, cons with respect to the regression techniques, basically a linear regression? So it assumes linearity. So whether that particular linearity is available in the intrinsic nature, so it assumes, it takes granted. So in that way, it will be in a position to handle those things, which may lead to errors. So that is what the assumption sensitivity, what we are referring here. So this particular approach is lead to biased and inefficient estimates. So overfitting is another problem, because we know that most of the models will work very well during the training phase, but when it comes to the testing, obviously regression is one of the approach which will overfit during the testing phase. So non-linearity issues cannot be handled by this particular approach, because the true relationship will not be revealed in this particular approach. It will consider everything as a normal and it will be able to solve it. And when it comes to the outliers, this particular approach will be very much into those outliers in terms of handling. So by concluding this regression-based approach. So regression-based approach basically solves the prediction problem. So this particular approach will be basically considering only the problem which belongs to the particular category. So another major type of machine learning-based problem will be handled by the classification-based algorithms. So some of the basic classification-based algorithms we are going to discuss as part of the next thing that we are moving into. So in between, I'll be taking a 1 minute break. So I'll come back and I'll explain this. Sorry for the interruption. So let me continue my discussion from this particular point called classification. So as we all know that classification solves almost close to 70 to 75% of the present day problem, which are coming under supervised learning technique. So classification, as we all know that many examples we will be able to take it up. So in the beginning itself, we have considered the example called spam filtering. So the algorithm is to identify a particular email as a spam mail or not. So it has to either classify as yes or no. So it is basically a classification based problem. So similar like that, so we will be able to apply to different types of approaches wherein which we will be seeing different classification algorithms, which will be helpful for us to recognize the patterns and the relationship between input data, which are associated with the corresponding labels of those particular approaches. So once these kind of models are being trained, so we will be able to deploy those models for classifying the new instances, so which will be helpful for doing some of the learning based algorithms. So when it comes to classification, so we will be able to see to that there are two different types of classification algorithms are there. One is a binary classification, another one is a multi-class classification. So when it comes to binary classification, so we will be basically categorizing our input instances into any of the two possible classes. So categorizing email as a spam or not a spam, disease diagnosis, a yes or no, a fraud detection. So it's a fraudulent one or a legitimate one. So in a different way, we will be in a position to approach these kind of problems. But the way at which finally we are going to do is a binary classification. So whether a loan application can be accepted or not. So it is yes or no. So if it falls under that particular category, so we will be calling it as binary classification. So when it comes to multi-class classification, so we will be again able to understand that in this particular machine learning context, anything more than two, we will be considering as multi. So multi-class in the sense we are going to have classes which are more than two. So we will be taking the example like handwritten digit recognition. So if it is a digit recognition, so where we will be applying this in bank challans or something. So we will be able to see to that the recognition will be between the digits of 0 and 9. So between 0 and 9, so there are 10 different combinations are there. So we will be do that. So it will be a position to fall under the category called multi-class classification. So identifying objects and images. So there might be different kinds of objects will be there. So in image classification, again, we will be able to see to that these are all coming under a multi-class classification. So in a simplest term, if we are taking a fruit basket, there may be different types of fruits will be there. So which kind of fruit we are going to choose is going to be the problem that is associated with that. So the first classification approach that we are going to discuss is naive-based classifier. So in order to understand the naive-based classifier, it is necessary for us to recall the Bayesian decision theory. So Bayesian decision theory is not something new for us because we have been using this Bayes theorem for quite a long time. Even students from school days itself, they have studying about that. So when we will be approaching this kind of a solution, so that we have to understand. So when a data which basically comes from the processes that is not completely known. So when we are in a position to get a particular data which is not completely known, so we may have some lack of knowledge in terms of identifying the appropriate data. Sometimes lack of knowledge due to the restriction in terms of recording the data, or sometimes we may not be able to even record such kind of data. So in this way, we will be able to understand that if a data is coming from this particular nature, so we will be in a position to model this particular process as a random process. So the process that we are talking about is actually a deterministic one. But because we do not have access to complete knowledge about it, we basically look for a probability-based theory. So probability-based theory is the only solution for such kind of problems. That's the only reason why we are going for that. So whenever we are talking about probabilities, so always we will be in a position to recall that coin tossing is the classical example. Even we can consider the lottery tickets. So these are all truly a random process. So that's the reason why we are believing in that, and people are buying the lottery tickets, or people are agreeing to a solution which are based on tossing a particular coin. So if we will be talking about the probability of these kind of outcomes, then obviously we look into the statistics, which means a particular coins and its outcome in the last 10 times or last 20 times. Those kind of things only we will be able to analyze, and we will be able to talk about in terms of probability. But if we have access to extra knowledge of the coin tossing with respect to the exact composition of a particular coin, what's its initial position, how much force is being applied over that particular coin, and in which direction that particular coin was thrown out, and where it is being caught, and so forth. So much information corresponds to the coin tossing. So if at all we are going to have access to all these pieces of information, then we will be able to understand that these kind of probability based theory may not be required for analyzing the outcome of a coin tossing problem. So that's how we will be able to understand that even though there is a way of handling this particular problem technically, but we are not allowed to do so. So that's the reason why coin tossing is one of the solution provider for many types, even before any games that is being suggested as the decision on who to start and all those things. So those kind of privileges we are going to have because the way this particular thing is being handled in such a way. So whenever if you are in a position to get the extra pieces of knowledge, so when we are talking about a coin tossing example, so there are several things corresponds to that. If you are in a position to access those extra piece of information, then we will be able to solve this particular problem in a better way. But when we do not have such kind of privileges, so we will be able to call it as an unobservable variable. So unobservable variable that we could not observe, but those information is very much required for handling this. So how we will be able to take up this particular challenge further is with the help of observable variables. For example, as far as coin tossing example, only observable variable is the outcome of the toss, whether it is heads or tails. So with the available information, so we will be able to understand that those unobservables also is being handled because we are using the probability based theory. So in the real-time scenario, for example, if it is about credit scoring in a particular bank, basically we all know that credit scoring is one important metric on deciding about the loan application. So once credit score is the mandatory thing, and if somebody maintains a good credit score, they will be able to get a future loan or something like that. So in that particular case, we will be able to understand that how crucial this particular process is. So when it comes to this particular problem, we will be able to understand that based on the classification. For example, if it is a binary classification, we will be able to classify the customer as either low risk customer or high risk customer. So when we are in a position to classify in any one of these particular thing, it is necessary for us to have so much information about the particular customer. So when it comes to the customer's information, for example, if you are going to have only two important piece of information called yearly income of a particular customer as well as the savings of a particular customer. So these two piece of information we have in terms of solving this particular problem, then we will be considering these two are the random variables. So why we are going to call it in that way is, if we will be in a position to access the other piece of knowledge about the particular customer in terms of state of economy of a particular customer, full knowledge about the particular customer, his or her intention of that particular loan, what is the moral codes of a particular customer. So there are so much corresponds to a particular customer, but the bankers or the system do not have privilege to access all those information, because certain things you cannot even record those information. For example, what is the intention of the customer, moral code of the customers, all those things. So because we do not have access to all these kinds of information, in the previous point we have seen that this is going to be handled as a random variable, because we have access only to the yearly income as well as the savings of a particular customer. So all those unobservable things we will be considering even with the help of that. So if at all we are going to have more piece of information about these kind of analysis, then we all know that several people would have not left the country and so on. So that kind of things we will be able to understand. So when such kind of randomness, when such kind of things are going to be handled in the machine learning, so we will probably get the help of the probability based theories, where in these cases we will be able to calculate the posterior probability with the prior probability, with the likelihood and with the evidence. So we will be able to apply those information as part of this particular classifier algorithm, where the classifier algorithm will provide us the posterior probability. And when it comes to probability, anything which is greater than 50%, we will be in favor of that. So we will be always in a position to classify in favor of that. So if it is a low risk customer and the value should be between 0 and 49 or 0 to 50, means if anything in that particular range, so we will classify as a low risk customer, or otherwise we will be in a position to classify as a high risk customer. So Bayes theorem or Bayes classifier, we know very well about that, and we should also look into the word called naive. So why very particularly naive a word is being added in front of this Bayes theorem or Bayes classifier is? So here our assumption of feature independence. So we all know that the features are correlated, features are depend on each other. For example, height and weight, if you are considering two attributes of a particular data set, everybody knows that height and weight are two correlated variables. So it is not a independent variable with respect to that, but as part of naive-Bayes classifier, we will be initially assuming that all the features are independent of each other. So that feature independence is the prerequisite for handling any particular algorithm with the help of naive-Bayes classifier. It assumes that the presence or absence of a particular feature is independent of the presence or absence of any other feature in the given class label. So it does not going to have any implication with respect to another feature. So that's how we will be able to handle this particular problem. So when it comes to the problem solving, so initially we will be in a position to calculate the prior probability with respect to this particular problem solving. And the likelihoods is also very important or equally important with respect to that particular event. And accordingly, so we will be able to calculate the posterior probability. So all these calculations will be a probability based one. So we all know, we learned probability from school dates itself. So the same probability is working here in this particular kind of problem solving. So let us take this particular example. So for example, if you are looking into the topic, it will be very weird that car theft example. So car theft example, we have a data set. Data set consists of 3 attributes. what is the color of the car, what is the type of that particular car, as well as what is the origin of that particular car. Only very few piece of information we have corresponds to the car theft that happened across a particular city or across a particular state or something like that. So that particular piece of information is commonly available between all the cars, maybe belongs to a particular thing, and this is the sample data. Sample data in the sense only 10 data instances are there, whereas in a real-time scenario we have hundreds and thousands of data may be there. So if this is what the piece of information is available, we all know that with the color, type and origin, one cannot do any kind of prediction on based of the given piece of information. But still, this particular problem needs to be solved. Means the only way that we can apply here is the Bayes classification with the help of probability theory. So naive Bayes classifier that we are going to apply as part of this. So when it comes to the particular problem solving, so we need to look into the outcome. So when it comes to the outcome of this, we will be able to see to that out of 10 data instances, 5 are stolen and 5 are not stolen. So in this particular scenario, so we will be able to see to that what will happen to a new particular likely. So when we are in a position to see to that a red color SUV, which is basically a locally made car. So in that particular case, what will be the posterior probability of this particular combination? So that we will be able to do it. And probably it's a binary classification. So we are going to say yes or no. So will it be stolen or not stolen? We are going to say yes or no. So obviously it's a binary classifier. So with respect to each category, so we will be in a position to from the likelihood table with the help of probability calculation. So there are 5 domestic vehicles are there, 5 imported vehicles are there as far as the origin is concerned. So where we will be able to see to that there are 5 vehicles are stolen, out of which 2 are domestic vehicle, whereas 5 vehicles are not stolen, out of which 3 are domestic vehicle. And with respect to the imported one, so we are going to see it is 3 and 2. 3 imported are stolen out of 5, whereas 2 imported are not stolen out of 5. So that is what the probability. So similar like that, the color also we are considering for the probability calculation. So out of 5, 3 are red and 2 are yellow. Out of 5 not stolen cars, so 2 are red and 3 are yellow. So that is what being calculated here. And finally, the type of that vehicle, it might be either a sports vehicle or an SUV based vehicle. So again, we will be able to see 4, 2 and 1, 3 are the combinations we are getting from the given data table. So that values we have derived by counting it, and appropriately we will be able to calculate the probability. So with respect to each particular attribute, we have both the yes probability as well as no probability. So now according to this particular example, we need to calculate for the combination between red SUV and domestic. So for this particular category, we need to solve it. So when it comes to this particular problem solving, so we will be able to see to that if red color is yes, if red color is no, what is the probability? If it is about the second input is about yes, what is the probability of being yes? What is the probability of being no? And with respect to the third attribute, the given one is domestic. With respect to domestic, yes, what is the probability? With respect to domestic, no, what is the probability? And finally, we will be multiplying the overall probability. So 5 out of 10 cars are being stolen, then 1/2 is the yes probability, and obviously the no probability also 1/2. So you are going to just substitute and multiply the already calculated value. So here we will be able to see to that the no probability is high. So 0.072 is higher than 0.024. So even this can be presented with the help of the total probability. So always we know that the probability value should be equal to 1. The total probability value should be equal to 1. So when we are going to substitute the yes probability and no probability, we will be able to calculate the probability of x. So by dividing with respect to that, we will be able to see to that the probability of yes is 0.25, whereas probability of no is equal to 0.75. So we will be able to understand that there is a substantial percentage of support towards the no probability. So according to naive-Bayes classifier algorithm, the outcome of this particular approach is going to be no. So this is how we will be able to understand that how exactly this naive-Bayes classifier is working on this. So in order to understand more about this particular working principle of naive-Bayes classifier, let us take one more example called spam example. So here the information or the training data is being given. Again, some 10 data instances are given. So these 10 data instances are classified as either spam mail or not a spam mail based on the availability of different text. So different text in the sense T1, T2, T3, T4 and T5. There are 5 different texts are considered for this particular calculation. So by doing so, we will be in a position to classify either as yes or no. So when we are in a position to see that, always we will be taken into example of text 1 maybe lottery, text 2 maybe prize, text 3 maybe congratulations. Like that, many combinations will be there. In which particular combination we will be able to say that a particular email is a spam mail, or otherwise in which particular combination we will be able to say that it is not a spam mail. So this is how we will be in a position to solve it. So in this particular problem itself, we are able to see to that there is a new email X containing 3 number of text, that is T1, T4 and T5. So 3 different texts are available. And most importantly, we have to note down here that the non-availability of other 2 texts, T2 and T3. So 1, 4 and 5 is available, 2 and 3 is not available. So we have to take all the 5 combinations into this particular problem solving. So as usual, we have to first calculate the overall probability. So how many number of times no is appeared and how many number of times yes is appeared. So no is 4 times and yes is 6 times. So 4 by 10 and 6 by 10 are the probability of yes and no is being calculated. So apart from that, it is always necessary to calculate with respect to each attribute. So there are 5 attributes are there here: T1, T2, T3, T4 and T5. So how many number of no's are there? Totally there are 4 no's are there. Out of this, 1 is with respect to text 1. So similar like that, text 2 is present still, that are no. Similar like that, 3, 4 and 5 that we will be calculated. And again, with respect to the availability of text 1 and how many number of yes we are getting from the original data. So in 4 places, T1 is present and obviously we are able to say that the particular outcome is yes. So similar like that, all these entries are made here in order to arrive to a particular calculation with respect to each and every category. So upon doing this, so we will be able to see to that the final calculation will be again based on the what we have seen in the previous example. So we need to calculate the probability of being yes, as well as we need to calculate the probability of being no. So both needs to be calculated. So in that particular context, we need to do this particular calculation. So if we are in a position to substitute each and every value, so T1 is present, so that particular yes probability we will be directly substituting 4 by 6, and T2 is not present, so otherwise probability 1 minus 4 by 6 is being substituted there, and T3 is also not available, so again otherwise probability 1 minus 3 by 6 is substituted. Then T4 and T5 is available. So that is probability substituted along with the probability of being yes, that is 0.6. So all these values are calculated here. And with respect to no, again, we will be calculating in the similar fashion. So 1 by 4 will be taken as it is, whereas for T2 and T3, which is not present here, so that we will be taking the otherwise probability, and the T4 and T5 will be taken straight away from that. Whereas T5, the probability of being no, that 0.4 will be substituted here. So we will be able to see to that the final values are 0.11 as well as 0.019. So it is a usual procedure that we need to go for the total probability calculation with the help of these particular value. So when we are in a position to calculate the total probability, straight away we can divide and see to that what is the value corresponds to the total probability, which is equal to 1. So we will be able to see that probability of yes is equal to 0.853, whereas probability of no is equal to 0.147. So we will be able to understand that there is a substantial percentage of this particular combination is favoring this email is going to be a spam mail. So that is how we will be able to conclude this particular problem. So I hope from these two different examples, so you will be able to understand the working principle of a naive-Bayes classifier. So before we move into the next approach, so the pros and cons corresponds to this particular approach. So when it comes to the naive-Bayes classifier, again, the first important advantage of this particular approach is simplicity and speed. So from the problem solving, we will be able to understand that a human being itself can solve these kind of problems very quickly, because after all, we are calculating the probability measure, and we will be doing the substitution in terms of multiplication and other things. So the speed, the approach will solve these kind of problems very quickly, as well as a very simple approach, because it does not involve any of the complex calculations as far as this particular thing is concerned. So second one is efficient for high dimensional data, because high dimensional data is very much available across various domains and various disciplines. So these kind of approaches will work very well with respect to high dimensional data. It is good for text classification, as the spam filtering example was very much discussed in this particular regard. Works well with the categorical data. Basically, numerical and categorical data will be very much available with respect to any applications we take. And another important point is it requires less training data. So it does not demand a huge number of training data. Even with a less amount of training data, this particular algorithm will be very well trained. So if our requirement is anything falls under this particular category, so we will be very well taken up this particular thing. So with respect to the disadvantages, so we will be able to understand that the assumption of independence. So when it comes to the assumption of independence, so we will be able to understand that how important to identify some of the attributes which are given are independent of each other. So that is a drawback. Sensitivity to irrelevant features, because it will equally consider all the features. So irrelevant features are considered during the particular modeling exercise, then obviously it will not yield the expected results. So limited expressiveness when it comes to a particular relationship between the different attributes available in the particular data set, it may not be very comfortably able to handle the data which belongs to different types of data, especially the sparse data. If you are working with, it will be having a very limited scope on those particular data. And finally, the difficulty in handling the continuous data. So when it comes to the data which belongs to the categorical categories, then we will be able to handle that. So if at all it is a continuous data, like many numerical values are there, 20, 30, 40. So those kind of values are there, then it will be very difficulty to handling such kind of data. So that is what the drawback corresponds to naive-Bayes classifier. So the next type of classifier that we are going to discuss as part of today's discussion is a support vector machine. So support vector machine is one of the prominent machine learning approach which is being used widely across many researchers and data scientists for some of the recent day kinds of problem solving. So when it comes to Nisarga, Pooja, Rahul का इसका तेरा हो गया? Not ready. Samar. So organizer, can you please mute? Sanjana, Sevan, Rashigala, Sinjana, Sujit, have you uploaded assignment? But have you uploaded the ERP? When? Today. So support vector machine is another prominent approach that we are going to discuss as part of today's discussion. So support vector machine is something which is a very unique approach when compared to all the other approaches that we have seen so far. Basically, it uses a principle called Vapnik principle, and it's a discriminant based methods where we will be in a position to apply this particular approach in some of the recent day problems. So in what way this particular approach is unique when compared to the other approaches that we have seen already or we are going to see is this particular approach does not consider entire data sample for particular problem solving. It will choose only certain amount of data which is actually basically called as support vectors, and these support
Vincent sir,
vectors
hello.
are
Vincent
sir.
sir, hello.
Ah.
Vincent sir, I think voice is getting overlapped. Please, if
Yes.
someone can mute Mr. Roshan, because we are
Yes,
listening.
sir.
but-
Already I requested the organizers to mute, but I could not do actually.
So can we wait for 2 minutes, because this is important,
Yes,
but
sir.
we are unable to hear you because the other voice is coming.
Sure, sir, sure. Yeah, somebody called Roshan Sanu is speaking.
Yeah.
ML Puj. ML Puj.
If the administrator can just mute them, I don't know if they are listening.
भाई अपना देख ले और उनका टीचर देख ले, उनका जो टीचर है ना सारा माना कि तो चाली नहीं आया।
Try uploading. Sir, you can try uploading in paste. After some modification. Sir, I need to modify the interface. That's why I added some buttons. Now that thing I will ask at the end. What you want? List I will collect. At that time you give.
New phone, sir.
Second
Partition.
secondary phone.
Oh, that's what. This much expensive secondary phone, sir. With parting, sir.
This much expensive.
So 24K or something.
It's important. Tanuja, Veeresh,
Playlist application.
Do
lot of people are here we can actually add any tasks up and you can clear this. And if you want to undo this then it's clear. Once you clear this, you can actually change the fonts. What are all these things? Same sir, dates. You add the date and then you add image or anything. Okay sir. And you can show this one. It is showing the code instead of image. Sir, we can actually need to copy this. We need to see. We need to copy this and not showing the image, showing the address. So the when we insert this download symbol. It's an import center. It's an import text. Yeah, let us.
So yeah, hopefully we'll continue where we have left. So as part of our discussion, so next we are going to discuss about support vector machine. So as I have mentioned that it is a completely new approach when compared to the other approaches because it basically uses the Wapnick's principle for solving a problem based on discriminants. It's a discriminant based method, unlike other machine learning based approaches. So here we will not be in a position to use the entire data set for the construction of discriminant. So the generalized name of support vector machine is a kernel machine. So in different way, we will be able to call it. So when it comes to the introduction to support vector machine, so it is a discriminant based approach where we will be able to estimate the densities of each class. For example, if it is a binary class problem, so we will be estimating the density of each class in a particular region. So when we will be able to build a boundary between two regions, so anything that falls in a particular region, we will be in a position to classify as a particular class. So here we will be applying this particular linear model when it comes to the particular problem solving. So we will be first of all choosing the support vectors, because these support vectors only will be helpful for us to solve this particular problem. In order to derive a discriminant between two different regions. So this particular boundary plays an important role when it comes to this particular kind of classification and the knowledge extraction. So again, support vector machine is also a supervised machine learning approach which can be used for both the classification as well as for the regression based problems. But predominantly it solves more than 90% of classification problems, whereas its role on problem solving related to regression is very much limited. So that's why SVM is very popular compared to SVR, that is support vector regressor. So that's what it is mentioned. So in this particular algorithm, we plot each data item into that n-dimensional space for our discussion. So we'll be taking only a 2-dimensional space where we will be able to locate how we will be able to density estimation we are going to do. So the classification task will be achieved here with the help of a hyperplane or the discriminant that we are going to construct out of this particular exercise. So this is the example between the height and the hair length where we will be considering between different people. So we will be able to classify these things based on some of the outcomes that we will be receiving out of it. So from this two-dimensional plot, we will be able to understand that one particular part of that particular plane maybe belongs to a women category, whereas another maybe belongs to the category called male. So if we are able to segregate the entire region into two, so we need to build a possible frontier with respect to this particular scenario. So that will be exactly dividing this particular region into two. So when it comes to this particular issue, so we will be able to see to that there are three possibilities from this particular figure, but there can be n number of possibilities if you are considering the region. So yeah, optimal hyperplane in the sense the particular discriminant, which will be exactly dividing this particular region into two. So that construction of optimal hyperplane is the problem statement as far as the support vector machine algorithm is concerned. So that is what we are going to discuss in this. So as like the previous algorithm, so here also we will be straight away going into the example. So as I have already mentioned at the beginning of the class that this particular session, that in tomorrow's session, so we will see all these algorithms, that how it will be working as a program on particular problem solving things. So that's why during this particular discussion, so we'll be taking only the examples. So the numerical examples. So here we will get a very clear idea of how each algorithm works. And tomorrow, so we will be able to even execute and see, because we have a lot of privileges when it comes to programming because of the availability of various library functions. So that may be quite a easy task when compared to understanding the examples, the numericals and everything. So that's why we are covering the important aspects today. So here, according to this particular example, so we will be able to see to that it is a binary class problem where left side there are availability of few class instances, and right side there are availability of few other class instances. So in order to differentiate that, the shape and color are different here. So we can consider one as a blue vectors and another one is a red vector. So there are 8 points are there. So according to this particular example, we need to construct an optimal hyperplane. So first of all, hyperplane that needs to be an optimal one compared to the all the possible hyperplanes. So when it comes to this particular problem solving, so we will be able to understand that there are many ways we will be able to construct the hyperplane. So these are all some of the ways in which we will be able to construct the hyperplane. So here we will be able to see to that. So which one is going to be the final one? That is the optimal one as per our problem solving that we are going to do. So what is the first step in solving this particular problem is we need to identify the region of separation. So region of separation is the region at which both the classes meets each other. So the region that highlighted in yellow color, so we will be able to easily understand that this is the region of separation, because these are all the points which are available close to each other. And from this particular region of separation, so we will be able to select the support vector. So vector representation, we all know that how we will be able to do that. So here we are just collecting the information from x-axis and y-axis. So those particular values we are going to consider. So S1 is the support vector 1, S2 is the support vector 2, and S3 is the support vector 3. So like that, we will be taken into consideration, and those points are being represented that. So as it was already mentioned, we have to understand that the particular problem solving will begin from this particular step. So that's how I told that in every other approach, we will be considering entire data for the problem solving. But here it is very unique. We will not consider entire data for the problem solving. Only these chosen support vectors alone will be considered for the problem solving. So here we will be able to see to that the support vectors or the chosen support vectors are given here in the left side. And in the right side, so we will be augment that particular support vectors with one. So one as a third input to that particular vector as S1 dash, S2 dash, as well as S3 dash with that particular value. So we will be able to see towards at the end to understand that why we are adding this bias value and we are converting into S1 dash, S2 dash, as well as S3 dash. So next we will be in a position to solve this in order to derive the values of alpha 1, alpha 2, as well as alpha 3, because we are going to consider three linear equations that we will be solving it simultaneously. So by substituting the vector values here, so this is a very simple equation. So first two equations represent the blue vectors, which basically derives from one part of the particular plane, whereas another one we are choosing from the other side. So that's how we have derived the three support vectors, S1, S2, as well as S3. So that's why S1, first one represented as -1, that is a left side case, negative class we are considering. And second support vector also we have derived from the left side, so again -1. For the point which we have obtained from the right side, so we are going to consider as a positive class. So this is just a binary class. So we are considering one as a negative class and one as a positive class. It is nothing more than that. It is just a representation. So now we will be able to substitute the values S1 dash, S2 dash, and S3 dash. So vector multiplication is a very simple process. I think I need not explain about that, but in a simplistic term with respect to the first component, so we'll be able to see to that 2 multiplied by 2 plus 1 multiplied by 1 plus 1 multiplied 1. So it is 4 plus 1 plus 1. So it is equal to 6. Similar like that, the next one is 4 minus 1 plus 1. So it will be 4. So the third one, it will be 8 plus 0 plus 1. So like that, we will be able to simplify this. So when we are in a position to simplify these equations, so we will be able to simultaneously solve these particular equations and we will be able to derive the values of alpha 1, alpha 2, and alpha 3. So if at all we are able to derive these values, so the next thing is to substitute in our final equation. So what is the formula for the construction of a hyperplane? So hyperplane, basically I am referred to the optimal hyperplane is this. So W dash, which is equal to summation of alpha I multiplied by Si dash. So already we have the values of S1 dash, S2 dash, as well as S3 dash. And recently we have calculated the values of alpha 1, alpha 2, as well as alpha 3. So those values, if you are able to multiply, so finally we will be in a position to get the three values. So the vector representation is going to have three values. As we all know very well that the first two values of the vector derives from x-axis and y-axis. And third value we are basically derived from the bias that we are adding as part of this particular equation. So now when we are in a position to get our final value as 1, 0, and -3, so we can recall that the first value belongs to x-axis and second value belongs to y-axis. In the figure, it would have been represented as x1 and x2, but normally we will be calling it as x-axis and y-axis. So we will be marking only in the x-axis according to this, because the y-axis value we are getting equal to 0. So this bias value we are going to mark in the x-axis because it is -3. So when we bring it on the other side, it will be equal to +3. So that is what we will be able to look into this. So this is what the explanation of the final value, which is being represented as y equal to wx plus b. So W represents the weights, what we received from the x-axis and y-axis, and B represents the bias or the offset that we have added as the later point of this particular problem solving from S1 to S1 dash. So these three values we are going to consider for the final construction of optimal hyperplane. So whereas this 1 and 0 represent the x-axis and y-axis, whereas in x-axis we will be able to represent this +3 value in this particular way. So when we are in a position to do the substitution of this particular line, so where y-axis is going to be 0, so nothing to do with y-axis. With respect to that x1 axis, we are going to mark that 3 and we will be draw that particular line. So that is how we will be able to end up with this hyperplane, which is going to be optimal in this particular problem solving. So when it comes to the non-linear example, because in the earlier example, everything was in place where we will be able to see to that all these are available. As it is that we will be able to choose the hyperplane as the region of separation. But when it comes to the different scenario, most of these cases will be coming under a category called non-linear. So when it comes to these kind of example, again, we are considering 8 different points. 4 belongs to the blue class vectors, whereas 4 belongs to the red class vectors. So when we are going to consider this, it is necessary for us to convert one set of points to the other part of that particular plane, because the first requirement of the particular problem solving is to the selection of support vectors. For the selection of support vectors, region of separation is important. When region of separation is not available with respect to the taken example, then we have to create that. So what is the first step in this particular problem is we need to convert this non-linear into a linear example. So for that, we will be going for a mapping function. So that we will be calling it as a non-linear mapping function. So we will be able to take it up any of the non-linear mapping function, which will just convert only one set of points to the other part of the region. So if you are considering this, so blue class vectors, if you are going to retain in the original place itself, then accordingly we have to choose the mapping function. So here the mapping function is chosen here. For example, so 6 minus x1 plus x1 minus x to the whole square. So that particular formula will be applying provided the condition. So x1 square plus x2 square should be greater than or equal to 2. So with respect to the blue class vectors, all are 1. So 1 plus 1 is obviously square root of 2, which is 1.414. It is quite obvious that the value is less than 2. So which will not be satisfying this particular condition. So only the red class vectors alone will be applied to this particular nonlinear mapping function. So if at all we are applying the nonlinear mapping function, so we will be able to derive the new values to this. So the new values are given here like 10, 8, 12, 10, 10, 12 as well as 8 and 10. So these values we will be mapped in the other side of that particular plant. So when we are going to map that, we will be able to understand that we will be in a position to create the region of separation here. So we were converting the nonlinear example into a linear space. So when we are doing that, then the region of separation will be chosen similar like the previous problem. So we will be using the approach to select the required number of support vectors here, S1, S2 as well as S3. So unlike the previous problem, here the 2 support vectors are chosen from the right side, red vectors, and 1 from the blue. So when we are in a position to represent that, we all know that, yeah, before that we have to add the bias input to all these support vectors. Then we will be representing red vectors, the right side vectors as +1 and the left side vector as -1, just to differentiate as 2 different class. So when we are in a position to do that, it is necessary to substitute the corresponding support vectors here. And based on the substitution, so we will be able to simultaneously solve the equation and we will be able to arrive to the values of alpha 1, alpha 2 as well as alpha 3. So when we are in a position to substitute the values, so finally we will be getting the W vector here. So that will be deciding upon the final one. So here, unlike the previous one, so we will be getting 0.1243 and 0.1243. As we all know that it is necessary to know that it belongs to the x1 axis and x2 axis, the particular point. So how we will be able to bring it into a value 1 or 0 means obviously we have to divide the value with the same value. So 0.1243 divided by 0.1243, we have to do it for all these values available in the vector. So when we do so, we will be able to get the value as first two as 1 and 1, and third one is minus 10.057. So 1 and 1 means, unlike the previous one, it was 1 and 0. So now it is 1 and 1. So we need to mark in both the axes, that is x1 and x2. So on x1 and x2, if we mark, we will be able to in a position to mark it with the offset value of 10.057. So if we are able to mark that, we will be able to see to that the optimal hyperplane is being constructed accordingly, and we will be able to see to that the particular problem is solved, even though it belongs to the category called non-linear. So that we will be able to understand with respect to that. So with this, we will be able to understand how support vector machine works. And quickly, when we go through the pros and cons, basically SVM performs well in high dimensional spaces. That's what we know, how successful these particular approaches and all, and it is suitable for large number of features as well as it is robust to overfitting. Overfitting problem can be very well addressed with the help of SVMs. It works on the nonlinear spaces, as we have seen an example, and even it is suitable for small to medium-sized data set itself. So overall, a very successful approach when it comes to the other approaches, but still it has some limitations or drawbacks or challenges. So it is basically a binary classifier which may not be successful for any other kinds of problems. So that is the biggest drawback of a support vector machine. So when it comes to the binary classifier, this approach performs really well. So these algorithms will be sensitive to noise and outliers like many other approaches, and decision boundaries will be varying, depends on these kind of things. So these outliers still have its role, that it can significantly impact the position of the hyperplane. So hyperplane will be decided based on the outliers, that it may be slightly shifted towards any particular thing. So that is what the drawback of support vector machine. So another prominent algorithm to finish with is the decision trees. So decision tree does not require a lot of introduction, because it's basically a hierarchical model wherein which we have been using tree-like structure from data structure time itself. So it is something which does not require much introduction to this particular thing. So I'll just skip to the next slide. So how basically a decision tree is being constructed. So it is a two-class binary class problem, so where we will be able to see to that a particular classes are being represented in the two-dimensional plot. So which again consists of two axes, x1 as well as x2. So we will be able to see to that only one class is available in a restricted region, whereas another class is available across the rest of the region. So that's the reason why it is being represented as anything less than W10 with respect to X1, which belongs to the circle class, whereas we will be in a position to locate the region of that square class, where it should be greater than W10 as well as greater than W20 with respect to the X2 attribute. So if both are satisfied, then we will be able to get that particular class. Otherwise, it belongs to the circle class. So this decision tree algorithm is basically a top-down approach, where we will be applying the divide and conquer manner. So like many other trees. So we will be always start constructing from the root node, and based on the construction conditions. So we will be continuing that particular procedure. So when the stopping condition arises is when all samples belongs to the data set belongs to same class or no remaining attributes are available or no samples are being left out. So in any of these three categories, we will be stop constructing the decision tree and we will conclude that particular thing. So when it comes to the property of purity, so we'll be calling perfect purity and perfect impurity. So when we will be calling so each split of a particular construction as either all claims or no claims means we will be in a position to say that it's a perfect purity, whereas combination of both will be there, then we will be calling it as a perfect impurity. So these kind of perfect impurity where we will be able to apply decision tree algorithm in problem solving. So as usual, straight away, let us take examples because examples will give us more clarity than the algorithm or the pseudocode or whatever we will consider. So we will consider this particular example. This particular algorithm example consists of three attributes called age, competition, and type. And based on that, the profit of a particular business is either up or down. So that is what it is given. So age has three categories: old, mid, as well as new. Whereas the competition is having two categories: yes and no. Whereas the type of the business, it belongs to two categories: software and as well as hardware. So by considering this, we will be able to solve this by for construction of decision tree. So it is an information gain based approach where we will be applying the entropy formula. So entropy formula may be looking, yes, a big formula, but it involves only two categories, that is P and N. So P stands for positive and N stands for negative. So all the positive outcomes we will be considering as the value of P, whereas all the negative outcomes we will be calculating as the outcome of N. So from this particular table itself, we will be able to see to that the class entropy calculation. There are 5 downs and 5 ups. So P value is equal to 5 as well as N value equal to 5. So another point that we have to note down here is it is not log to the base 10, but it is log to the base 2. So as we all know that log to the base 2 calculation is different. So we will be able to substitute those values. The 5 will be substituted across for the class entropy. So it is minus 5 divided by 10 log to the base 2 5 by 10, and otherwise also we will be able to do that. And when we are in a position to get this, so log to the base 2, the 5 by 10 or 1 by 2 equal to minus 0.5. So that will be multiplied with this minus value. So we will be able to get totally 1 as the result with respect of that. And with respect to every attribute also, we have to apply the same formula for the calculation of this. So when it comes to this particular problem solving, first thing is we have to construct the root. So when it comes to the construction of root, we have 3 attributes are there. Age is our first attribute, competition is our second attribute, and type is the third attribute. So now we are going to just accumulating the with respect to the age attribute. So age, there are 3 categories are there: old, mid, and new. So with respect to old, if you are seeing all are down, with respect to new, all are up, and with respect to mid, 2 downs and 2 ups are there. So that is what being tabulated here. So information gain will be calculated with respect to the same formula by substituting P and N value. So when we are seeing even 1 is 0, so it is equal to 0. When both are same, similar like class entropy, 5 and 5 means we will get 1. So here, based on this particular table, so we will be able to calculate the entropy calculation. So entropy of the attribute, the particular formula is given here. So Pi by plus Ni divided by P plus N. So P plus N value is equal to 5 and 5. So 5 plus 5 is 10. But with respect to this, we will be able to see to that first one and last one is 0. So anything multiplied by 0 equal to 0. Whereas the mid one, we have Pi and Ni. So 2 plus 2 divided by 10. So that's what here we are getting. So 2 plus 2 is 4. 4 divided by 10 is 0.4. So that particular 0.4 is we are getting. So according to the formula, so finally we have to calculate the gain values, the gain with respect to each attribute. So class entropy minus attribute entropy. So class entropy is 1 minus attribute entropy is 0.4. So final gain value we are getting is 0.6. So similar like that, we have to calculate for competition as well as type. So here the gain value differs. So for the first one, we got 0.6, whereas second one, we got 0.1245, and third one, we are getting 0. So when we are going to consider that, we will be able to understand that age is having the highest gain, information gain. So with that, we will be start constructing this particular tree. So when it comes to age, already we have seen all the old belongs to down and all the new belongs to up. Only the mid part is left out with respect to that particular construction. So we will be considering the reduced data set for further problem solving. Only the mid entries are there. So if according to mid entries, we are going to consider competition as well as type. So any one we are going to consider for the further construction of the tree. So with respect to competition, so we will be able to see that both yes are down and both no's are up. So you will be able to get in this particular way. So entropy of competition is 0, whereas gain value will be equal to 1 minus 0 equal to 1. Whereas with respect to type, we are going to see that both are occurring 1, 1. So it is going to be the entropy of type is also going to be 1, whereas overall gain is going to be 0. So 1 minus 1 is equal to 0. So between type and competition, so we'll be taking competition as the next attribute. So where again, we will be able to see to that it will be properly classified as either down or up. So this is how basically a decision tree classifier or decision trees are constructed, from where we will be able to do the classification. So while continuing this, we will be able to look into a particular concept called tree pruning, because one of the major drawback of decision tree is the overfitting. So as we all know very well that what is overfitting, so the algorithm that works perfectly during the training process, but it which will fail miserably during the testing or validation. So in order to overcome this particular problem of overfitting with respect to decision tree very particularly, we are approaching a technique called tree pruning. So there are two ways prunings will work, because the main reason of overfitting is due to the many number of branches. So a particular tree will be very huge. I'll show one of the example also. So before that, we will get introduced to the two approaches, that is pre-pruning as well as post-pruning. So if we construct the tree halfway and if we halt in between somewhere, then that is what called as pre-pruning, because we will not allow the tree to grow exponentially. But where to stop is what the problem corresponds to that. When it comes to post-pruning, we will be cut down the tree after the construction of the fully grown tree, where we will be able to choose the best prune tree by cutting branches one after another. So this is the example where we will be able to see that it is a 0% accuracy class, because if you see any example 0, 0 and 1 with respect to So when we are in a position to do that, we will be able to So we will be able to see to that it will be in a when we are applying the post proning, so we will be able to get in a much reduced manner. So in this context, we will be able to conclude by discussing about the pros and cons of this particular approach. So when we look into the different pros, we will be able to see to that the interpretability or no assumptions are required with respect to that, handling non-linearity, advantages of decision tree, drawbacks that we will be getting with respect to that, we will be able to see overfitting is one of the major problem. Instability and even the bias towards the dominant classes are some of the drawbacks corresponds to this. So that is all about what we are having with respect to the addition trees. So with this, I will conclude today's discussion, and the forum is open for any kind of doubts. I'm sorry I was about to complete 10 minutes before, but due to some in-between connectivity issues, I have taken some more time. So now the forum is available for any kind of doubt clarification if you are having anything. Any doubts? Anyone is having any doubts?
No.
No doubt, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for the session. We have learned about the machine learning techniques and different methodologies that we have been using in machine learning. Hopefully tomorrow we'll be learning about the execution with you. Thank you so much for joining us today, sir. So the next session will be starting by 5 o'clock.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. During the tomorrow's discussion, I will brief whatever we have discussed today, and soon after we will go for the demonstration session. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Welcome back, everyone. Now let us go through with the lab session of our first day. So the lab session is taken up by Dr. C. Vanmati. So Dr. Vanmati C is an accomplished associate professor, senior in the Department of Systems and Software Engineering at VIT University, Vellore campus, India. With an impressive academic background, she holds a PhD in Information Technology and Engineering from VIT University, a master's degree in Information Technology from Satyabama University, and a bachelor's degree in Computer Science from the University of Madras. Bringing 19 years of comprehensive teaching and research experience to her role, Dr. Vanmati C specializes in areas such as image processing, deep learning, computer vision, blockchain, cyber physical systems, and Internet of Things. She is an active member of Computer Society of India and Soft Computing Research Society. Dr. Vanmati has a research publication history with 30 plus journal papers and 15 plus conference papers to her credit. Her research contributions cover a wide range of topics including intrusion detection for cyber physical systems, privacy protection in healthcare, data exchange using blockchain, and machine learning in various applications such as spam detection on Twitter and colon cancer detection. She has published 5 national patents and 1 international patent. Her patents reflect her innovation and practical contributions to areas like agricultural grievance management, secure entity mapping, and managing association and dissociation of files among users. Dr. Vanmati has showcased her research internationally with collaborative visits to prestigious institutions in the United States, such as the University of Illinois, Purdue Indiana University, and Carnegie Mellon University. She also visited University of Malaya, Malaysia. She actively engages in research collaboration, presentations at conferences, and has contributed significantly to the academic and research community. Ma'am, now I hand over the session to you.
Thank you, ma'am, for introducing. PPT is not coming. I'm getting only entire screen option because I wanted to share only the PPT. Okay, fine. I'll share the entire window. Is my screen is visible?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. So, ma'am has given introduction. Today's topic, which I'm going to take is Python tutorial. Maybe I don't know how many of you professors here and how many of you students are attending this. I don't know the ratio, but the topic which I'm going to take is Python tutorial. Basically, I'm going to cover the Python programming. And tomorrow also we have a session for Python for predictive analysis. In today's session, I'll cover the entire programming language of the Python, right from the basics to the file handling up to where it is required for implementing the predictive analysis and machine learning application, developing the machine learning applications using Python. In the next day, tomorrow, I will be covering the rich set of libraries which is available in the Python, like we have Cborn and Pandas libraries, which will be helpful for handling the input from the Excel files and for creating the interactive visualization, and we'll be taking the programming for how to develop a predictive analysis model by using the Python in the tomorrow session. So basically this session we are going to cover only the basics. Maybe the faculties, whoever is there, maybe students also might study the Python in your curriculum. You may be familiar about that. Anyway, we'll have the recap about the programming things which is there in the Python in this session. Let's start with the Python. We all know that Python is becoming a famous programming language since it is having a rich set of libraries, and it is also open source, and it is easy to learn. So there is no complex syntax in the Python like other programming languages. So anyone from any program discipline, engineering discipline, or any discipline from the courses can learn easily the Python and develop the application. So we have very rich set of libraries, inbuilt functions are available in the Python to develop the application. So many companies have started using the Python with starting from YouTube, Google, Yahoo, NASA, many companies using the Python. So we know Python is open source. It is available in many websites. The official website is the python.org, and the creator of the Python, Van Rossum, and it is invented in 1990s. So within this 2 decades, we got a very rich development in the Python with extensive libraries, and most of the companies are adapted using the Python since it is easy to use. So I'll turn off the video. Am I audible, right?
Yes.
Is audible. Okay. So Python is a high-level language similar to C, C++. So there are also low-level languages. Sometimes we'll refer to as a machine-level language or assembly languages. So programs which is written in high-level language, we know it can be processed, and it can be it will be in the normal English like language. So Python is also a high-level language, and this can be considered as the interpreted language. So here the conversion takes place in a line by line. So you can execute, since everyone knows about the Python, I'm rushing up to the introducing the Python. Okay, so here 2 types of modes are available for running the Python. One is interactive mode, other one is a script mode. So interactive mode, where we'll be running our codes or commands in the command prompt mode. The script mode, we can type some multiple lines of code and we can run it. These two are the 2 types of interpreter modes available in the Python. So we can use any platforms to run the Python. Since open source, we have IDLE platform. Very well, you can use the online compilers are available for the Python. So many platforms are provided. You can run it online, and those who wanted to practice, you can install it in your local system with any open source software. It supports the Python. Okay, and this is an example for a this is how the interactive mode appears. So once we install, I also have the IDLE in my system. Since everyone is familiar, just I'm showing in the presentation itself. So this is an interactive mode, and we can run our files in the script mode also. We can type it in the notepad, and we can save it with the extension of .py, and we can run the file. So coming to the basics, identifier in the Python. So everyone knows about what is an identifier. It can be any letters or digits, and we have rules for writing the identifier. It cannot start with the digits, and special characters can also used. Only the underscore is allowed as a special characters. Any other characters are not allowed. And this is a identifier naming rules which is followed in the other languages like C, C++. The same here also we are following. And it's a case sensitive. So the letters which is written in small letter and capital letters are different. And spaces are not allowed as in the name of the identifier. Instead, we can use the hyphen for representing the name of the identifiers. So these are some of the examples of identifiers where valid and invalid identifiers are given as an example here. So quotes are not allowed, space is not allowed, and here it should not start with the number. It should not begin with the underscore. And these are the valid identifiers. You can have these type of variable names as identifiers. And keywords is a predefined meaning which is used as a programming component in the Python. So those we cannot use it as a keywords, and keywords we cannot use it in the program as a user defined identifier. And these are the various keywords available in the Python. So all the programming constructs of the Python is called as a keywords like else, if, and, as, break, if, all are called as a keywords. And variables and identifiers name that is associated with the value. Okay. So simple description of a variable can be a name that is assigned to a value can be considered as a variable. So if we take a equal to 10 or num equal to 10, here num is a variable holding the value 10. So you can apply any operations along with the variable. And comments in Python. So comments are usually used to represent the documentation so that others will understand what the code it is. The single line comments starts with hash, and Python supports multi-line comments also. So we'll be using triple quotes for mentioning the multi-line comments. And literal is a sequence of one or more characters that stands for itself is called a literal. So we have various literals like numeric literal, floating has integer values, and we have floating point values. And when we write the numerical values, we have a representation like plus and minus. We'll use it for representing a number. And here comma is not allowed, like how we'll write the number system in our Indian system. We used to represent the comma in between the numbers to represent the place value. So it is not allowed in the programming. So these are the examples. And the string literal, the single quotes and double quotes are used for representing the string. So when we have a single quotes inside the string, so if I wanted to print it, then we will be using the double quotes surrounded by the string in order to print the single quotes. So here I wanted to print Jennifer Smith apostrophe I wanted to print. So here it is printed with double quotes so that this string is considered and apostrophe s will be get printed. And always the Python looks for the matching codes in the output or input statement. When there is a single quotes either in the assignment statement or in the input output statement, so first it will match for the pair of codes subsequently. So once the match is found, it considers as a correct syntax. If left out symbols are matched as a error symbol. So when we write the codes in the statements, we have to take care of where the single quotes and double quotes comes. And we have the control characters it controls the display of the output on the screen. So the backslash is used as an escape character in the Python. So if we wanted to print the escape sequence character /n/bnl used to represent the new line character. And if we wanted to print the special symbols, so it will be printed with the backslash. And we have the various data types. So here we have the data types: Boolean values, none, numbers, strings, lists, tuples, sets, and dictionary. So everyone knows about Boolean values. So it gives true or false values, or 0 or 1. And directly we'll go to the none type. So none type, which means a non-existence. Usually this none type was used for checking the existence or emptiness of the values inside the string or any data type. And here in the numbers, various types of numbers supported in the Python are integers, floating point numbers, complex numbers, and fractional numbers. So integers will be representing values with number, and we have the fractional floating point with the decimal point values, and it supports the complex type numbers having the real part as well as the integer imaginary parts. And we have the various representations of the numbers supported in the Python. So it supports binary type, octal type, and hexadecimal literals. So binary type is represented by 0b, which means it is preceded by 0b, which means binary value. Similarly, octal value is represented by O, and hexadecimal value is represented by X. So 0x, 0o, and 0b for representing the binary, octal, and hexadecimal values. And similarly, we can use the conversion functions, which is available for converting the numbers into integers into other bases, like oct of 64. Oct function is converting the number into octal. Similarly, hex function is converting the integer number into hexadecimal, and binary bin for binary conversion. And here, unlike other programming languages, so in Python we can have very long numbers, like in C, C++ and all. Each data type has a restricted number of ranges, but here we don't have such type of data range, so that a number can have any length. And we can do the arithmetic operations, whatever we are doing it in other languages. So here also it supports. And we have two overflow and underflow situations when we do the arithmetic operations. When we have very large numbers to be printed on the screen, it prints like a keyword with infinity. And similarly, when we have less magnitude values, very less value with e power minus 300 or e power 100, it prints 0. So when we have arithmetic underflow and overflow situations, it prints 0, and for overflow it prints the infinity. Examples given. And when it comes to the complex data type, so complex numbers has two part. One is real part and imaginary part. So those two are handled in the Python. So complex of x, which converts any integer number into a complex form, with real part as a x value and imaginary part as 0. And if we pass two arguments to the complex function, x comma y, so complex number is created x as with real part and y with the imaginary part. Similarly, we can do the arithmetic operations like multiplication, addition, division with the complex numbers. So Python supports by simply using the operators. arithmetic operators. So these facilities are not available in other programming languages. For writing this complex operations, we have to write a lines of code for reading the input values and to take the real part and the imaginary part separately for doing the arithmetic operations. So, but here simply we need to use only the operator. So Python does the calculation. And similarly, if I want to extract the part of the complex number as a real value alone, I wanted to extract, or imaginary values want to extract, you can use the variable name dot real and variable name dot imaginary, and we can do the operations with the part of any complex number. You can do separately with the imaginary part as well as with the real part is possible with the Python. And so far we have discussed about the basic input output basic data types, and now we'll see the input output function. Input values, input function, input is a keyword which is used for getting the input value from the user. And I wanted to ask one question. If I wanted to get a number input, how to get? Hello? Okay, fine. So basically this input function works or gets the input in the form of a string. Okay, if I wanted to convert this input into any other data types, so I wanted to input a integer or I wanted to input a floating point value, then I have to do the explicit conversion of my input respective input into the input function. So by default, this input function retrieves the values as a string. Okay, and the output function will use here in the Python called as a print function. So within the print, we can give the output so that the variable values will get printed. And if anything is given within a single quotes or a double quotes, so it should be treated as a string output. So by default, as I told, so it reads our inputs, considers all the values as a strings. So if you want to convert them into integers and float, we use the int function and the float function. So here I wanted to get the how many credits do you have? It is a integer 1. So after retrieving it, either I can convert here as an input, or else here itself you can use the input. Before the input, you can use the int keyword so that your input will be converted into integer, and then it will be saved to the line. Otherwise, your input variable line is saved as a string type only. So you cannot do any integer manipulations with the string type until you convert this into your respective number type, either integer or a float. And next one is the assignment statement. So here in Python, the assignment statement has most powerful assignment statements we can write within a single line. So basic assignment statement is variable name equal to variable name. Suppose I wanted to assign I wanted to write two assignment statement on a single line, like a comma b equal to b comma c. A comma b equal to c comma d. Like a value will be assigned to c and b value will be assigned to d. So that I can return it as a single line of statement so that the respective values will be assigned to the right hand side values. And here if you see a, b, c, d equal to sum. So in this case, here right side I have given as a single string. In the left hand side I am giving it as a 4 variables or 4 identifiers. So how this can be assigned as, so A value will be assigned to S, B to P, and C value as A, and D value as sum. And here we have to make sure the number of characters which is there on the right hand side, or number of assignment values which is there on the right hand side should be equal to the number of identifiers or variables in the left hand side. And similarly, A comma equal to A comma star B equal to spam. So this assignment statement is a kind of extended sequence unpacking, whereas A is assigned with value S, and the rest of the values are assigned to the B variable. That's what this star represents. And similarly, this assignment statement is assigning multiple values, assigning multiple variables with a single value. So A equal to B equal to 5. So that values will be assigned to here. And similarly, this is similar to your shorthand operator, spams plus equal to 42, which is equivalent to spams plus 42. So this type of assignments are very simplified in the Python. These features are not available in the other programming languages. And we have a special function called as a range function, so which is used to generate a sequence of values. So if I write range of 1, 4, so syntax here is, so when we cover the range function will take, since we are seeing the assignment. So A comma B comma C equal to range of 1, 4. This range of 1, 4 generate the values as 1, 2, 3. So that will be assigned to A, B, C. And here the two variables nudge equal to 1 and wink equal to 2 is assigned. So nudge comma wink equal to wink comma nudge. So this is kind of a swapping. So A comma B equal to B comma A. So that A and B values are swapped in a single line. So this is possible in the Python. And next topic what you are going to see is operators and expressions in Python. So we know the basic arithmetic operators. So all the operators which is similar to the other programming languages, it is also supported in the Python, like basic arithmetic operators, addition, subtraction, division, integer division, remainder, modulus, and exponent, double star. And the order of the operators same. It follows the rule preference, operator preference, and when we apply the parenthesis, that will be given a preference, and the rest of the things will be calculated. And same, it follows the Bodmer's rule when we calculate. We'll leave that. And quotations we already covered. Single quotes or double quotes is used for representing the single string literal. So when we wanted to represent multi-lines of sentences, we can use the triple quotes. And double quotes, we can use it for a single line sentence. We'll skip. And in Python, it is a dynamic type language. Unlike other programming languages, we need to declare the variable before using it in the program. But here we need not to declare it directly. We can use the values, variables directly we can use in the program. So according to the values assigned to the variable, it assumes or it implicitly considers the data type. When a variable is assigned as an integer, like here it is 12, it is considered as an integer inside the system. Doesn't mean that it is not following the data type conversion. Implicitly it follows according to the values which is assigned to the variable. Similarly, when we do the assignment with floating values, that variable is considered as a floating point, and when it is assigned as a string type, that is considered as a string type by the Python. And when it is assigned, you can check with the variable values by using the id function. Id of variable name gives the data type which is held by the variable can be retrieved by using the id type. And we have the support of bitwise operators like left shift, right shift, and or all these operators are supported by the Python. Supports bitwise or bitwise, and simply we can use the operators and it gives the results. And similarly, when we use the when we use the Python with data types, so already told we need not to mention the data type explicitly in the program. So directly it considers according to the value which is assigned to it. So when we do the arithmetic operators, it checks the data type, whether the data type is allowed for performing the various operations, and only it allows, otherwise it raises an error. So here the string type is, we are doing manipulation with the integer type. So this is not allowed in the Python, it raises an error. And we have the function called as lambda function. So it is used for creating the anonymous functions without a name. So usually when we create a function, we used to mention the name of the function followed by the variables, then the function definitions. So here Python provides the feature called as lambda function. So here function can be written without using the function name, and that can be used only once wherever it is needed. Simply you can define the function and you can use the function definition. And we have different types of algorithm patterns like sequential, selection, or iterational. The same kind is supported in the Python. So for sequential execution, different set of statements are executed one after another, and selectional based on the flow of the statement, based on the conditions, a section of the program is going to execute, and iterational is repeatedly is going to execute the set of statements. So this is an example. Here the statements are run one after another, and for flow of conditional decision making, for making the decision, we will be having a conditional statement followed by true statement block, and another set of statement block is false statement block. The condition is true, it executes the true statement, and if it is false, it executes the false statement block. So in Python, this is a syntax: if followed by condition, colon, then set of true statement block, else, colon, set of false statement block. So colon is there in the syntax in the if statement as well as in the else statement. And we have allowed for writing the multiple if statement, if else statement, and if else ladder. So as many if else statements we require for the program, we can add it. So here we'll be using the indentation for writing the block of statement. So which means, so it represents the one statement block. So if I indent this particular set of statement here within the if statement, so these set of statements are meant for the if block. Similarly, this indentation represents the particular set of statements are for the else block. And similarly, nested if statement are allowed as many if else conditions you can have according to your requirement. So if condition followed by statement, else if condition followed by statements, you can write it. So this is an example. So according to your requirement of if else, you can add the any number of if else statement. selection of multi-way selection, and we can have a multiple if condition also, which executes as a separate blocks, and final if statement is executed if none of the conditions are true. So examples are given here, and here this ternary operation is also available in the C programming also. Within a single line we can apply the condition as well as we can get the result, so which is similar to if x a equal to y else a equal to z. The same statement you can write it in the single line, a equal to y if x else z. So this option also available in the ternary operator, and we'll see the while loop. So the syntax here is while followed by condition, then true statement block. Here we have the optional statement called as else statement. This is not available in the other programming languages. So this else will run if the loop did not exit with the break. It's the optional case. So if you wanted to have else statement in any situations, we can have this else statement. Otherwise, we can leave this. Already we know how the loop statements executes until the conditions satisfied. The loop gets repeated. Once the condition is not satisfied, it exits from the loop. So the syntax here is while is a keyword followed by the condition, then colon we need to keep, then followed by the loop statement block. So here in this example, print values from 0 to 9 in a line. So end equal to some quotes is given. This is for representing the print values to get printed or not skip to the next line. Usually if I write print of A, it will be printed in the new line. The sequence of values will get printed in the new line. So if I keep the second parameter as in the print statement as end equal to empty, then your values will get printed on the same line. And we have 3 keywords. We'll use it in the loop. That is break, continue, pass. So break, we know, which is exit from the loop if once a condition is satisfied, and we have continue keyword will use it in order to continue the loop to the nearest enclosing loop. And we are using the pass keyword. We are using the pass keyword, just it act as a placeholder. And we know the else block in the loop. This runs normally if the loop is exited normally, that is without hitting the break. Then else block will get executed. And we are having the loop called as for loop. Here in for loop we'll use the same syntax. Instead of here in the for loop we have the syntax as for variable in sequence or a range. That is the syntax of the loop. Usually this for loop will get iterated until the condition is satisfied. The same here, we are using the loop variable for I in some sequence or variable values we need to represent or we need to give within that range. So this will get executed one by one until all the iterating variable in the sequence are get executed. So here in this example for letter in Python. So letter is a loop iterator variable we are using here. So it iterates every time when the loop executes. So character by character it retrieves from the string and it is iterated and it is saved in the variable letter. And when this loop executes, the letter is printing the each and every character from the Python. And in this case, if I give the range function here, range of 1 comma 6, so this range function is, so it generates the values starting from the first value, first parameter mentioned, and second parameter mentioned -1. So if I mention it as 6, so up to 5 it will run. If I mention it as 10, up to 9 it will run. The same if I use range function 1 comma 6, this outputs the values as 1 to 5, and that will get iterated by the loop, and it is saved in the loop variable n. When each time this loop gets executed, it is printing the value of the n. So here is the syntax. Range function, the syntax here is range of begin, end, and step. So if I give 1 comma 6 in the last example, it is printing starting value as 1 and ending value as end -1. So 6 if we give, so 6 minus 1 up to 5 it gets printed or it gets generated, and we have the value step as a third parameter, so which represents amount to increment or decrement. If this parameter is omitted, then the default value count is 1. So these are the examples. So when we give the range of 1 comma 10 comma 2, which means it starts with 1 and ends with 10 minus 1 9, and the step counters incremental value here is 2, so 1 3 5 7 9, like that it prints. Similarly, if I give the negative value in this step, negative value in the step, it uses the subtraction of step value, starts with the 10 to 0, and subtracts the values of 1 from the each number. So the next topic, strings in Python. So already we know how to write strings, whether with single quotes or double quotes. Okay. So strings are the immutable sequence of characters, which means you cannot modify the portion of the string. That is the term immutable means. Okay, so Python provides rich set of string manipulation functions that can be used for manipulating the strings. So here it always accepts the input values in the form of a string. When we see the input function, if we wanted to convert into other data types, then we have to mention the data type of the input which is going to fed to the input. And some of the examples are mentioned here. We'll see this. So length of the S, so these are the library functions which is provided in the string operations. len of S provides the length of the string, and here a percentage S, parrot percentage kinds, a string formatting expression which is used for formatting the string, and here S dot find of PA will check whether this PA string is there in the input S. We'll see the example in the next pages. So I'll be using a single quotes. If I wanted to print double quotes inside the string, so it is surrounded by the single quotes that will use it along with the print. Similarly, if I want to use single quotes inside the my input string, then I'll be using double quotes surrounded by the strings. Likewise, according to our requirement, you can change the single quotes and double quotes in this string, so based on our need. And to find the length of the string, we are using len of S function for representing or finding the length of the string. And here backslash in the string is used for representing the escape sequence characters. I wanted to use slash py slash code. So since slash, we are using it for using it as a special characters. So I wanted to escape this slash when it is used in the code, so that I'll be using double slash code, so that this get printed. And similarly, this can be avoided by using 2 backslashes. So error can be avoided when we use a single backslash. I am using double slash for representing this is so escape. This is not the escape sequence characters. For representing that, I am using the 2 backslashes in my input, so that Python will not throw any error messages. And similarly, alternate way of using this is R apostrophe. I'll use it at the beginning of the my input, which is a raw string, so that this input can be considered as a raw string. The entire string can be considered as a single input string by the Python. In this case, it will not show any error messages if my input string is preceded with R apostrophe. And similarly, we can do some string manipulation operations with star and concatenation. So star multiples the given input string. And if I use within the code star 80, so 80 times this hyphen can get printed. So these operators are available only in the Python. So if required, you can use it. Similarly, we have rich set of for loop for iterating the any string or list or any data type. Simply I can use for variable in my job. My job is a variable, is a string. So as I told, every time when it reads the string, the letters will get read and it will be assigned to C. So each time when the loop runs, first time it is HACK, or entire string will get read one by one and it gets printed. And I have the various operators. I can use it along with this string. For example, if I wanted to check whether a particular string is character is present in the variable or not, a string or not, simply I can mention the variable name as my job is a variable name. I have mentioned the previous slide. I have defined the variable. I wanted to check whether k is present or not. Simply I am using within the quotes k in my job. So if I run it in the command prompt, just it is giving true or false. If k is present in the string my job, if it is not present, it is giving false. Similarly, here directly I can use the operator one input string. I'm searching whether this input string is present in the other input another input string. Spam is present, so here spam is presented, so it is giving true. Similarly, if wanted to count how many number of times the particular word or string appears, simply I'm giving for letter in word, which letter you wanted to search. I'm giving here letter equal to A, because each time when the loop executes, so it reads the character one by one. Simply I can count easily with the help of the for loop in Python. So count equal to count plus 1, it is printing the number of characters, number of times the A appears in the particular word or in the entire string. And here wanted to access the portion of the string. So the process here is here it is called as indexing and slicing. So indexing is I wanted to extract the portion of the string. So each string is represented by the positions. So it starts with 0, 1, 2. Like if I want to extract S, I can use name of the string followed by square bracket 0. So how many strings you wanted to, how many characters you wanted to extract, that you can mention with the index values. And this can be done by using the square brackets, mentioning the index values. So S of 0 represents the first character, and if I use negative values inside the bracket, which means you are retrieving from the end of the string. So -1 starts last position and -2 for last to previous position. Similarly, it iterates the values till the end of the string. And for retrieving the portion of the word, we are using the slice operator. So within the square bracket, you can use starting and ending position of the string plus 1 we need to give. The syntax here is starting position colon ending position plus 1. So if I give n plus 1, which means up to n characters, n character indexes it fetches. So 1 is to 3 means, so starting from first index start with 0. So starting from the first index, the second character, and the 2 characters it fetches. And simply if I mention :3, so it fetches the first 3 characters. So here :-1 represents fetches an items of the offset up to 0 but not including the last item. Then if I wanted to include till last item, it should be the number of elements plus 1. And simply if I fetches :, so end of the string from the beginning to end it fetches, or simply you can print S. And we are using the third parameter called as the iteration jump. So if I mention 1:10:2, so skipping the items by 2 characters. And similarly, if I mention it as -1, first 2 parameters I'm not mentioning, and are mentioning it as -1 for the skipping parameter, then it prints the values in the reverse order. So right from the last item to 1. And here in this case, 42 plus 1. So here's 42 plus 1 raises an error because 42 is a string type. It is represented with quotes. So automatically it considers the data type as a string. And when we try to do the operation, arithmetic operation, then it raises an error because string cannot be added with the number. So in this case, you can convert this into integer and then it will be performed, or else 2 strings also can be converted and it can be concatenated with plus operator. And we have the order function and the other functions for converting the retrieving the values of the strings either in uppercase or lowercase, or ASCII values, corresponding ASCII values of the character. We are using the order keyword function name for retrieving the respective ASCII value. So order of S will give the ASCII value of the variable S. And similarly, character ASCII value will give, and it gives the respective character value. And we are using the plus for concatenating 2 strings, and that can be assigned directly to the third string. So it is possible in the Python direct assignment statement. We can use it S1 plus S2, that will be assigned to the another string. And changing the string value in the Python is not possible because it is an immutable sequence of values. We cannot change the portion of the string, but we can change the entire string into some other variable. So here we are trying to change the portion of the string S of 0, which is first index value is S, that we are trying to change because it raises an error since it does not support the item assignment. But I can change the entire string into another value. This is possible. And we can make a new string, and the new string can be assigned to the existing variable name. This is possible. since we are changing the existing string into a new value. This is possible, but portion of the string changing is not possible. And s dot replace of, so replace function is used for replacing the portion of the string, and it is assigned the entire string value is replaced. So this is possible. Then we have the rich set of string libraries. We have plenty of functions are available for doing the string manipulations. So already we know the plus sign for concatenation, and they have used other functions. So here we have lower function for converting the string into lowercase. Similarly, we have uppercase function for converting the string into uppercase. And we have the other functions like find is used to find the substring within the input string. So it returns the position where this string appears. If the substring is not found, then it returns -1 as a result. The same thing here. And we can mention from where you wanted to check the string, whether you wanted to check from the starting position. By default, it checks from the starting position of the string to end of the string. And if you are mentioning the values here, so from this position to this position, it will check. So if it appears, then it returns the position, otherwise returns minus. Even if D is appear here, in the mentioned positions, it was not there. So it is returning -1. And we have the rstrip function, which is removes the white spaces at the end of the string. If your input string has white spaces, then for removing this, usually we'll use it for pre-processing. So this operation can be applied when you go for NLP applications. And sometimes you wanted to convert into uppercase and lowercase and all with the input string. So we can use the respective libraries for converting this. And for testing whether it contains alphanumeric characters, you can go for using is_alpha. Whether it contains alphabets, then it runs true, else it is false. And you can check with ends with the function which is used for checking whether the input string ends with the particular word and starts with the word. This can be checked by using the respective function, and it returns the true or false statement. Similarly, for length statement and slicing operations can be used to mimic the ends with statement. So same we can do with the find statement. If find of ni is not equal to -1, you can mention the index, because -1 usually it is represented for representing the last index of the string. So you can check with -1 if it is present at the end of the string. It can be true or it is false. You can use that. And uppercase and lowercase letters can be checked by using is upper and is lower functions. The next. And is title is a function which is used for checking whether the string is in title case. Here each word is in title case, so it is returning true. So here in this case, it is not in the title case. One of the word is not in the title case, so it is returning false. So up to this. Okay, up to this very basic data types of the Python we have seen, and from here these are the knowledge required for doing some manipulations when we write the code in the machine learning. Okay, so everyone knows about the array data types in the other programming languages. So here we have, for storing the similar data items, we are using the list type. As an example, if I want to have words in the document, students in the course, data from the experiment, customers of our businesses, each data belongs to the some category. So in that case, you can go for having the list data type. Okay, so list is similar to the arrays in other programming languages, but here we have rich set of list functions are available. Just in a single operator, you can perform the all list operations, but it is not in the case of other programming languages. We don't have simple functions for doing those complex tasks. That made it simple here. So in this case, the function values, the input values are logical related, and it can have a multiple values that are grouped under a single common name is called as a list. So list is a type of mutable sequence because it is possible to change the values of the list values after assignment. Similar to arrays, list are list values are retrieved by using the index values. I can do the all sort of operations like adding the list values, multiplying, indexing, retrieving, slicing, checking the list values. Everything is possible by using the various operations. Here built-in functions also available for doing these type of operations. So let's see the syntax of creating the list. And good thing here is the list need not to be similar data type, but in case of arrays, we should have a similar data type in the array. If we have integer type, only integer type is allowed. And in the floating point, if you create the respective data type only allowed in the array. But here when we create a list, it is similar to array, but we can have multiple data type into the list. So it can have a number, it can have a floating point value, or it can have a string. This is an example. So in this data here, we have different types of data inside the list. So how the list are created is by using these square brackets followed by the comma, separated by comma. So name of the list equal to, within square bracket, you can have the list of values. So this is an example. So square bracket, number of values are given, and this is another list having only the integer values, and this is the name of the list as course, and it is having the string values. And empty list is represented as a just with simply a square bracket is called as an empty list, since we don't have any element in it. So it is called as an empty list. So you can create an empty list, and later also you can add an item to the list, but it is not possible in the other programming languages. So here how to index the values or how to fetch values from the list is by using the indexing. So here the index starts with 0. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Similarly, n minus 1, number of element minus 1 is the last index value. So if the name of the list is L1 and it is having 6 element, and if I use L1 of 3 within square bracket, if I mention 3, which is the fourth index value, so 1, 0, 1, 2, 3. So it fetches the value 4 and printing the output as a 4. Similarly, slicing 2 is to 5, so which represents the starting from second index up to 5 minus 1. So 4, 2, 3, 4 it fetches. So always in the Python, in most of the functions, so it uses the last parameter as a one additional value, so that you can retrieve the values which is less than the value which you are representing. Similar in the range function will use the same thing, list values wherever the ending value we are representing, all in all the places we'll be using it with +1 as a parameter value. And here I have the L1 value. The L1 value is represented here. The list is created with 6 values. And here I wanted to add L1 of 2 equal to some value I wanted to add. So that this value is replaced as a other value. Those 3 is replaced with 1, 1, 1. Since I assign a new value to the second position in the list, so it is changed as a new value. So list is a mutable type. We can change any value inside the list. Similarly, if I want to delete any value, I'm using the keyword called as del of L1 of which position you wanted to delete. So always I'm using the position values, that is index numbers are used for representing the operations, what to do, either you wanted to insert or delete. I'm mentioning the position of the element. So L1, when you see, the 4 gets deleted and the remaining elements are present in the L1. And here length function is used for finding out the length of the elements which is present in the list. The number of elements here is 3. So simply I'm using name of the ln is a function followed by the list values, or simply I can give len of L1. If I give, it prints the number of elements in the L1 list. And here I'm using the plus operators for concatenating the list, so that this list and this list will be combined and it gets printed. So which is similar to L1 plus L2 I can do, so that the list which is present in the L1 and L2 get added, and the same can be assigned to L3. So simply for making a new list, I am using L3 equal to L1 plus L2, so that the list L1 and L2 will be combined and the combined values are assigned to L3. Similarly, this is a list. I am using the arithmetic operator star for repeating the string values. Simply I can use list value star 4 and the list values get repeated. And in any of the situations, if you wanted to repeat anything in the programming, simply you can keep it in the list and you can do this manipulation. And here you can convert the list into string by using the string keyword. So str of name of the list, so which converts the 1, 2 into string type, so that it is converted into string and it is concatenated into another string. So if you see the data type of this output, it will represent as a string. And here I have a list, then I can convert a string type into a list type, so that the each and every character in the string are converted as a list type, as a element, as a individual characters in the list. So here I have a string 34, so it is added as a 3 and 4. So this 3 and 4, even though it is a string characters, just it is combined with the string and it is added as a string type only inside the list. But when I'm trying to add retrieve the string values are possible by using the indexes, but I cannot do any arithmetic operation on this index because it is a string type. And simply I can search any list component or list values by using the in operator. Just I can check whether 3 is present in the list or not. 3 in 1, 2, 3, simply I can give the list. It is giving true or false based on the availability. If it is not available, it is giving false. Similarly, I can use the list input as a input in the for loop for iterating through the list. I can retrieve or I can iterate the list values 1 by n by using the for loop. So for x in, directly I can use the list values, or I can use the name of the list L1, so that easily I can iterate the any data type. Here in this case, a list data type. And we have the shorthand operations called as list comprehensions. So this is used for creating some repetitions in the loop. Simply I can mention the shorthand operation for the loop C*4 for C in spam. So this spam get readed in by the for loop one by one each time when the loop execute, and it is performing C*4, which is the variable *4. It gets printed 4 times when each time the loop executes. This is the kind of loop shorten. We can use it in the comprehension type. So the advantage here is compared to the normal simple code, this code runs faster. That's the difference. Otherwise, you can go for using the normal code using the for loop. Same. So this is an example. If I use the strings inside the list, same here. If I represent L of 2, so 0, 1, 2. So since the indexing starts with 0, it retrieves the third position value, which is the name of the index is 2. Similarly, if I use in the negative value of the index, so it starts from -1, -2, -3 like this. So it fetches this second position from the right from the last position. And slicing, which fetches the values mentioned in the range. So the starting position is 1 till the end of the position. If nothing is given as a end index, so it fetches till the end of the list. So 1 colon represent. So first index position is spam till the end of the list it fetches. Same operations only will use it for the string operations. Even in other data types also we have the similar operations. And because of this easy way of storing the values, same the matrix kind of data also can be handled by using the list. So you can create the nested list within the list for representing the row values, first row, second row, third row, and this can be this can be manipulated by using the nested for loop. And here the name of the variable or name of the list is a matrix. So within the matrix I have a nested list, and if I mention matrix of 1, it is fetching the first position value of the values. First position in data values, it is 1, 2, 3, it is fetching. If I mention with 2 index values with the 2 square brackets, it is fetching the values inside the, so within the index, which position it want to retrieve, that it fetches. So if I mention 1, 1, so it fetches the second index value. The first position index is 5. So same way 0, 1, 2, again it is 0, 1, 2 inside the list representation. Again for the outside list the index is 0, 1, 2. In that way you can do the matrix manipulations so that you can retrieve the matrix values by using the indexes. Similarly, you can insert and replace the values inside the list by mentioning the positions. So here list of 1:2 position, it is given as 4, 5. So 4, 5 is added in this position. So 2 character values it has added. Similarly 1:1, 6, 7 is added in the position. So it is added in this position. And deletion also you can make it empty, 1:2 position. So 2 characters you wanted to add from you want to delete it. So from this position 6 is deleted and the remaining values 1, 7, 4, 5, 3 is get printed. And for finding the length of the list, simply you can use len of L, which gives the length of the element. See here the length of the element colon bracket is given, so the length of the element is length of the element is 4. Oh, length of the element is how many length? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, we have 4 elements. Oh, it is 5, 6, 7, 8 printed. Okay, we'll move to the next function. So insert all at length L and empty slice at the end. Okay, the new list is created with the length of the element and slice at the end of the string. So here it is added with 2, 3, 4, 1 and the new list added with 5, 6, 7. Then we have various list methods for adding at the end of the string or to delete the values from the string, which is similar to either you can mention the with index values or you can use the functions available for adding the at the end of the string. If you know the index value of the last position, you can mention the position and you can add, or else you can use the append function for adding the values into the existing list. So this piece will be added to the end of the list. And similarly, we have a sort item for sorting the list of values in the sorted order. And this extend is for adding the additional values into the list. So this I wanted to add 3, 4, 5 I wanted to add so that it is added at the end of the list. And we have the function called as pop. So it deletes and returns the last item. So it deletes the item and also it returns the item which is deleted. So 5 is at the end of the list. So it is deleting the 5 from the list and it get printed. Similarly, we have the reverse function for reversing the list values. Simply we can use reverse, L dot reverse, where L is the name of the list. So it gets reversed. And if you want to search the index number of the particular string, you can use the function called as index. Similarly, I wanted to insert a particular item into this respective position, mention the position and the string values so that it get inserted into the respective position. Here it is inserting into the position 1. So it get inserted in this position and it is added to the list. And similarly, remove of particular element, you can do it by using the remove function. Append and pop, always it works on the end of the function. If I want to, by default, I wanted to remove the end of the values one by one, I can go for using the function. Or if you want to remove any particular values from the list, you can go for using the insert as well as remove. And delete by position you wanted to delete. So pop of 1, if I mention within the bracket, if I mention 1, then the first position element will get deleted. And simply if I mention pop, then the last position element will get deleted. And I have a function called as count. Okay. So count function counts the number of occurrences of the particular string which is mentioned here inside the list. So how many times the spam appears inside the list are counted and it is get printed. And same delete, L of 0 will represent the index position which is mentioned get deleted. Similarly, I can delete the group of elements by mentioning the slicing operators. So from the first position it gets deleted. Enter till the end of the list it get deleted. So only one element remains in the list. And similarly here 1 is to till end of the string I wanted to make it empty so that only the first element will present, other elements get deleted. And again if I issue L of 0 with empty, then the list is printed as an empty list. So, list operations are very much powerful when you have the multiple values stored in the list. If I want to remove duplicates or if I want to find anything, so it is very simple in Python. Then here, when we want to convert or when we have the string values in the list, that is also works fine. But as usual, we have the string properties. We cannot change the portion of the strings. Okay, but since the entire string you cannot change it, but here it is as a portion of the list, so that you can change the portion of the list as a character values. So L of 3 is given as position X. I wanted to change this position into X. So it is possible, since these characters or the string values are the part of the string, you are changing the entire list positions as a string, so that this is possible in case of a list. Then here, if I wanted to join any elements into the list, this is possible. So join of L will combines all the elements of the list and gives us a single string. And any string you wanted to join along with the every characters of the list, so it is possible by using the join function. So name of the string you wanted to join, followed by the list of strings, so that it reads the list of string values one by one, and this spam is added to the string. Then we have the methods remove of element. It removes the one by one. Same which works for add, append and delete. And if I want to find the index of the element, it's possible by using the list dot index of particular element you wanted to search, or you want to see the index position of the element. You can use the index. And we have an option for copying one list to another list. So name of the new list equal to list dot copy of the new list name. Then list dot clear is used for deleting the name of the list values. So far we have covered the list and the list properties. So next we'll see the important data type called as a dictionary. So everyone knows that dictionary is we have the key and the value, the meaning for it. The same here, like in this example, we wanted to mention the capital of the country when the name of the country is given. So in this case, I wanted to map the pair of values with each value I wanted to map. In that case, I can go for a dictionary type. So it is used for mentioning or saving the pair of values, so that those key value have the relation. So each pair has a key and a value. So keys should be unique, so which is similar to the index values. We are using it in the represented in the list. So key and values are separated by a colon here. So first key colon value, similarly key colon value. So whatever the representation we are using it for mentioning the string values are given as a, we need to follow here. So alias is a string, so it is represented with quotes and followed by number, colon number. So alias values is 1 2 3 4 and Bob values 1 2 3 5. And dict is a keyword. We are using it for mentioning the dictionary. And here this curly braces will use it for mentioning the dictionary type. So square bracket we are using it for list type. We are using curly braces for mentioning the dictionary type. And unlike like the list values. Here the dictionary values are fetched by using the key position or key. So it is accessed by key, not the offset positions. So which is the unordered collection of arbitrary values. We don't have any sequence of values mentioned in the dictionary. So it is an unordered collection, and the variable length heterogeneous and arbitrarily nestable. So here so here curly braces, within the curly braces you can mention the key value pair separated by colon representing key and the value as a single pair of value. So here 1 colon chocolate, which is 1 is a key and chocolate is a value. Similarly here 2 is a key and ice cream is a value. So in this course, in this dictionary, MS is a value, MS is a key and Python is a value, and IT is a key, C is a value. Similarly, you can create a key value pair, meaningful with a value associated with the key. So once you can create a dictionary, you can retrieve it by using the index values, by using the index in the sense here by using the key values. So within the square bracket, you can mention the key which is there in the dictionary for retrieving the value. If I want to fetch this chocolate, I need to use my dict of within the square bracket the respective key. The key here is 1. Similarly, if I want to retrieve the Python value, the key here is ms. So my course of within the single quotes square bracket, I am mentioning ms. Since it is a string type, the same I have to represent with the syntax as single quotes so that I can retrieve the Python one. The same by using the keys, I can retrieve the values of the dictionary. So here print of my dict, print 1 printing chocolate, and my course of CSE printing the corresponding value of the CSE key. And you can update or modify the existing value of the dictionary by mentioning the key, corresponding key. I wanted to change this one index or one key value into some other value. So it is possible by using the assignment statement. Simply you can use name of the key equal to what is a new value you wanted to assign. So that will be modified with the existing dictionary values. Same here, if I want to delete anything or whatever the operations you are doing on the dictionary, all are based on the key value. So if I want to delete anything, or if I want to modify anything, or if I want to add anything, which can be done by using the key value. So if I want to delete this IT key value from the dictionary, I'm using del of my course of key value I need to mention, so that this entire key value pair will get deleted from the dictionary. Similarly, removing all the elements from the dictionary is clear function, and deleting the entire dictionary is delete of my course. So all three has differences. So delete of my course deletes the entire dictionary value. Delete of my course of within the by mentioning only the key, only one key, we delete the respective key value pair alone from the dictionary. Deleting the name of the complete dictionary will give the will delete the entire dictionary values. This is the dictionary values. How to find the number of elements which is present in the dictionary is LDN of D. That just simply mentioning the name of the dictionary. And if you wanted to test any key is present in the dictionary or not, that can be checked by using the in operator. Here I have some particular key I wanted to search. I wanted to search in D. I'm using in operator in D. which gives true or false if it is present or not present. And it's possible to convert the list of keys which is present in the dictionary into one list, and similarly list of values which is present in the dictionary into another list by using the list keyword. So list of d dot keys which fetches the all the keys which is present in the dictionary and it converts into list. So these type of operations are can be easily done by using a single statement in the Python. So list of keys can be separately fetched and converted into a list, and similarly list of values can be fetched separately and it can be converted into list. And from the list and key values retrieved, so you can do any list operations once it is converted as a list. And similarly, you can do any update of the particular element into D by changing the value of the list in the existing list by using the update method. And similarly, delete, we have the pop function mentioning it takes the input as a key value as the input, so that the particular value get deleted with the respective key, so that this 5 can be deleted, and here toast values 4 can be deleted from the dictionary, and the remaining values alone there in the dictionary after pop. And here the difference in the dictionary versus list is, so here L of 99 equal to spam if the index is not there in the list, because here within the bracket we are mentioning the index value of the list. So if 99 not exist, simply it throws an error index out of range. But in the dictionary, if I give 99 equal to spam, it will not check the values here. This is a assignment statement here. If I write D of 99 equal to spam, it creates a dictionary with the key as 99 and the value as a spam. So these two are different in the list and dictionary. And similarly, if I want to add new values into the dictionary, is possible by using the append. So I will show to complete the topics, remaining topics. And simply you can create a dictionary values by using the assignment statement. So dict of name equal to Bob, age equal to 40. So this is creating the dictionary with the value as key as name and value as Bob, and the age as key and the 40 as value. And you can create a dictionary with the tuples. I'll say you what is tuple in the next session, next topic. So dict of within this curly braces, sorry, within this bracket, you can have the tuple representation having the values, so that this dictionary values are created as a tuples. So here these are the various functions are available for doing the various dictionary operations: pop, values, keys, items, and clear. And we can copy one dictionary into another dictionary by using the copy function. Name of this target dictionary variable and input dictionary variable dot copy. It copies the entire values into the dictionary type. And you can convert the entire dictionary into a string type by using the str function. The same, the previously we have seen that you can convert the entire dictionary values into a string type, list type, by considering the key values alone and the keys alone and values alone. And similar length of the dictionary returns the number of elements which is present in the dictionary. And dictionaries can replace the if-else ladder switch. This you can do with the conditions or the keywords and what statement you wanted to write, that can give it as a value pair. See, when we have the data with the key value pair, we can go for choosing the dictionary type. And if you want to do any data storage with key value pair, like in natural language processing and all, we'll be having a single tuple is used for mentioning the various meaning of sentences that can be formed as a list values and for representing a stringle value. So in that cases, you can go for using the dictionary with list combinations. So you can do searching, and many list operations can be combined with the dictionary in order to do the meaningful things. And the next topic is tuples. Tuples are the special data type which is available in the Python. So here it is a immutable Python objects. So we cannot change the values of the tuples once it is created, similar to the string type. So here tuples are represented with the simple parenthesis, whereas lists are used with square brackets. This is an example for a tuple. So once a tuple values are created, we cannot modify it, but we can use the tuple values for the further manipulation. In situations where you wanted to have the database or data set, the input cannot be changed, but the input values can be used in the program for further process. You can go for using the tuples. So it will not allow the other operations that is modifying the tuple itself is not possible. Same here, similar to list, it provides all the tuple operations, extracting the tuple values by indexes, starting from 0th index to n minus n plus 1 index. Here also slicing is allowed, and we are using the plus operation for concatenation, star for repetition, and for indexing we are using the slicing operators. And you can convert the tuples into list into tuples. You can sort it by using the functions sorted of t, that is tuple variable name. Sorted, if I use, automatically gives the sorted after of the tuples. And similarly, you can use the comprehensions of the tuples. You can give it in the loop. Just you can use it. List comprehension, same here. X plus 20 for x in t. The same tuples can be iterated by using the simple for loop. For x in t, fetches the tuple values one by one, and you can use it for further. And if I wanted to add values to the existing list, we'll be using the append operator. This already we discussed. So each and every value from the tuple is read, and it is added to the existing list L. So the values from the list is fetched, and it does some manipulation, and the updated values added to the L. And indexing, we are using it similar to the list. It returns the values at the position 2. So offset starts with 0. So 0, 1, 2, it gives the values. And similarly, nested tuples. Here we are using t equal to, here it is given as a 1, 2, 3 as a list, and 4. So here if you are trying to change this position, even it is a list, we are not able to change the position at 1, because the entire set of the data type is a tuple type. We cannot change the portion of the tuple. So this conversion statement is not supported in the tuple type, because this position 1 is the comes under a position of the tuple, that is not allowed. But here in this case, t of 1, 0 equal to span, we can change mutables inside. But in this case, the index values of this position is 1. But inside this list, you can modify the values by taking the privilege of changing the list value position. That's why this is not allowed. And in this case, 1, 0 equal to swarm, the new values assigned to this position is allowed. Since you are doing manipulation with the list type, which is present inside the tuple, but you cannot modify the position as a tuple type into another variable since you are working on the tuple. That's the difference between the tuple and the list. You can change the list item values inside the tuple, but you cannot change the tuple as a item. So this can be accessed by positions. Let's quickly finish it. Similarly, you can convert the dictionary type into tuple type by retrieving the values of the dictionary as well as items of the dictionary into tuple as well as list. So you can convert any data type into any type, like list to tuple you can convert, tuple to list you can convert, dictionary to tuple you can convert, dictionary to list you can convert by using simply a function names retrieving the items from the dictionary and values from the dictionary, and you can have it in the list and you can have it in the tuple. So these type of simpler conversions are provided in the Python. And immutable type, it's already told, we'll skip. And deleting the tuple is using the del keyword. Deletion of tuple is possible. You cannot delete the individual element from the tuple is not possible because you cannot modify it once it is created, and you cannot delete it also, but entire tuple can be deleted by using the delete function. Unlike list, you can remove the positions. Unlike dictionary, you can remove the positions, that is values of the dictionary, you can delete it. But in tuple, the deletion is not possible with the individual elements of the tuple, but the entire tuple can be deleted. And same the slicing operators. If we can go for the next data type, sets. I quickly at 2 minutes I'll take. So sets is another powerful data set we have in the Python. So which is also an unknown collection of unique values. Similar to the mathematical set theory, we have the various operations that like intersection, union, subset, superset, and creating the subset from the superset. All these set operations are possible. So set is a mutable type and no duplicates are allowed in the sets. And sets are represented by using the simply dictionary type representation but without key value pair. Here curly braces are used for representing the set. So this is very simple, and if you have a list type, you can convert into sets so that your duplicates will get removed automatically. If you convert this into a set type, again you can take back into a list type for removing the duplicate values. So all these operations are made simple in Python by using the set operators. So here we have union, intersection represented by and symbol, and the superset is represented by greater than symbol, and it checks whether S1 is a superset of the input set given, and the minus simply it subtracts the element from one set with the other sets. And printing the set value, simply you can use the print of set value, set variable name. And here when you do the operations with different data types, it is not allowed in the sets because set operations can be applied only to the set type, so that this list also can be converted into a set type and then you can apply this operation. So how to convert the list type into set type is set of the input type L1 or directly list values also given. So the beauty of Python here is simply you can use the keywords like for dictionary, set is for set, list is for list. The respective data type you can convert it. Very limited number of lines of code or single line of code only you be required for doing the various complex operations. So it is very much user friendly to use the library functions when we write the code. Same when we have the so shallow copy is one of the feature available in the Python. So where when we move the items, the copied value also will be available in the original list. That is the shallow copy mean. So this can be applied in the various programming if you want to maintain the copy of the existing list or dictionary, anything, you can have that function. And difference update is it finds the differences and the updated value will be updated to the respective the target variable. So x the difference of update of y, so it updates the differences between x and y, and the difference is saved in the x. So we can do the manipulations very easily with these sets, like subset, superset, and deleting removes and returns arbitrary set of elements, because key error if the set is empty. If you are trying to delete the element pop again and again, when it removes all the elements, it raises an error if the set is empty. And we have the frozen set. Frozen set creates the immutable set of objects which cannot change, thus it can be embedded in the other set, which is similar to the tuples. If you don't want others to modify the elements, then you can create it as a frozen set and you can have it as a set type, so that this cannot be modified by the modified in the code. I think I have covered all the topics except file handling. I'll quickly go to the, maybe in the tomorrow's session, I'll take the file handling first, how to retrieve, how to read the input files in the Excel form or in the CSV form into the Python for doing the predictive analysis, because our data set will be in the Excel and we need to know some libraries for reading the Excel files like NumPy and Pandas as the data frames for reading the values from the Excel, that we'll discuss in the tomorrow's class. Okay. And any questions? This will cover it, I think. You may have idea about the functions. And here defining is very simple in the Python. By using the def keyword, simply you can define the name of the function, def followed by name of the function, then list of parameters, colon, followed by the function definition part, and followed by the return part. And the function can be called anywhere in the section of the code by mentioning the name of the function. The same when we do the machine learning codes, we will come across writing the functions with the def keyword followed by the name of the function. And regarding the file handling, anyway, entirely we'll be doing it by using the Pandas library, so that we'll see it. And in case of simple Python, usually we'll be doing it with notepad files, that directly you can give the opening the file by using the open function by mentioning the name of the file path and followed by the access mode. That is usually in other programming languages, whether we can have it in the read mode or read write mode or write mode, and both in read write mode, append mode. And similarly write function we have for writing the content into the file, and we have other functions like to test the file attribute values, whether file is closed or not, or file mode, in which mode the file was opened, and what is the name of the written file. That you can check it with the help of the attributes available in the Python. And you can write a simple read and read function for returning the entire file into a single variable. And also you can use a read line that will fetch us the entire list, entire file into line by line, and that you can save it into the list. Once you have the list of values and each line has a list values, you can do for further processing. And similarly, read lines, it fetches the entire list of lines. So here read line fetches one at a line, and read lines at a time it reads the list of lines as a string and it saves as a list of same write and write lines. You can write a single string into a Excel file or sorry notepad file, and write lines, same write lines, it performs the list of string values and writes the things into the file. So we have a separate libraries. We'll be discussing it. We will not use this normal file handling in the predictive analysis, because our content of the files will be there in the Excel file or in the notepad file or in the any of the multiple files of the notepads. So how to process it and how to do the predictive analysis by using this Python, we can discuss in the tomorrow session. So thank you for listening. Any doubt or any clarification is required, you can ask now. Since it is the topic was given as a basic of Python programming, I have covered the basics, how to start the Python coding and what are the concepts available in the Python, especially with the list, tuples, sets, dictionary. Data types are very important, and the functions supported by the data type also we should know. And similarly, strings are more powerful in the Python. We have various string operations which is complex in other programming languages are made very easy in the Python. We can use those string libraries for string manipulation operations. And then that Python is widely used language. We have a rich set of libraries provided by the Python, like NumPy is for matrix operation, pandas for data manipulation, and we have like for data visualization we can go for using the matplot library, and the Cbon is there for creating the interactive visualization charts. And in the Python we have wide variety of community support is available for Python for clarifying the doubt, and the wide adaptation of AIML in the research is supported for Python. Most of the researchers are using Python for their development and implementation of their models. That's widely used. Okay, any clarification is required? Hello. Okay, thank you for participating. Who is the organizer Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Shall we wind up the session?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for
Yes.
joining and for your wonderful insights, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. It's very boring to take. It's after 5 o'clock, no one is listening. Maybe they may know that Python programming already. That's why they may not able to listen it. Shall we close
Hopefully
it, ma'am?
tomorrow we'll have more people joining, and
Yes.
also we'll be having practical sessions.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
So tomorrow we'll be having the second day schedule, and with the same timings. In the group also, I'll be sharing the complete schedule once again. And thank you so much, everyone. And please do fill the feedback form in the chat box section. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Oh,